What to do? Excuse me. What to do? What to do, guys? It's your boy, the Juice, and my name is Troy Bradshaw. Um, Sorry, I got off to a pretty late start here tonight. Had a couple things I needed to do. We went out to Nancy's today. We'll say yesterday now because we're in the next day. But it is currently about 99 days, one day away from 100 days since Nancy Guthrie has gone missing. And we all know Nancy went missing February 1st. January 31st, she was taken home by Tommaso, which is Nancy's son-in-law. And he was the last person to see Nancy. We all know at one point in time, in the beginning of this case, it was a big conspiracy due to the fact that there was blood that was missed by law enforcement, and then later it became a crime scene again. There's just been a lot of questionable things that have been going on in this investigation that's brought a lot of attention to the world and all of us who've been in tune since day one. And we continue to look for one of the people we believe that did take Nancy, but for all we know, a lot of the things that we've learned in this case might not just be true. It's amazing to see how far we've gone and realize how much facts that we really don't have in this investigation. So it's been a crazy one. But I just wanted to give a little recap. There's just so many things to talk about based on how this thing rolled over. I mean, there was a lot of things that happened in the beginning. But it seems like now, not too much is going on. We know Nanos has got that board meeting on the 12th, which we'll see what that does. I know that they were reviewing some questions that Nanos had that needed to be answered to the supervisor's liking. So it's going to be interesting to see how things play out with Nanos on top of him having petitions to look forward to as well. I mean, I'm sure he's not going to look forward to it, but us as a community, we are, to see if we can reach over 120,000, although 120,000 is needed. So I mean, it's a tough situation for Nanos right now. It's really embarrassing. I don't even understand how this guy can focus on this case while he has that mess going on. I mean, it would be really tough to me to focus knowing that my job is on the line, and obviously that's probably going to affect his livelihood a lot. But I don't know. Nanos has been in this position for quite some time now, so his life just might just be made for all I know. But I just can't understand how he can really focus on the Nancy Guthrie case, and I think that could be really the biggest thing that might just push him over as far as no longer being a sheriff in office anymore. I think that's bad. That's just really bad. I mean, I don't even think he should have any control in this investigation. So I mean, at the very least, I mean, they could definitely get him replaced just in that area if they don't replace him completely, if that makes sense. But a lot has happened in this case. Seems like Nanos has had we've had more attention on Nanos at certain times in this whole entire case than we had on Nancy, which is the most important piece in this entire case. I mean, the most important person that we obviously want to bring home to bring justice to the family. We definitely need to find that perp, and I think that the only way that we're going to find him is, I think, either us as a community or that DNA. That seems like that's the only hope we have. But at this point in time, it seems like that's all we're waiting for, folks. It's all we're waiting for, really, is that DNA, and possibly somebody to come forward, because it feels like either it's going to be that or simply just luck. In other words, I mean, we haven't heard a peep from anyone with $1.2 million on the line, so don't forget, there is that $1.2 million reward. Man, we could go on for days in this investigation for sure with all the things that have occurred. It's insane. I wanted to talk a little bit about the Perp video we were talking about at Nancy's today. There were a lot of people saying that there were lights in the back, as you see with the one on the right side of the screen. So, but I think we've pretty much mostly, for the most part, at least I think we have confirmed that that is the street sign. It's not lights in the back there. But I had an interesting theory that came to mind while we were out on stream, so I wanted to share that. But right there on that sign is where I'm talking about those lights that people think appear to be lights. So I kind of had something interesting I wanted to bring to people's mind due to the fact of the sign lighting up, and there's the fact that there's no lights surrounding the area that particular sign is in. And I know it's tough to see because it's quite small. But don't worry, I'm gonna zoom in, and we're gonna kind of look at this picture, as well as try to figure out if we could bring the picture more to life. So I'm gonna be playing with some settings here on stream here in Adobe Pro, so that way we can just see if we can mess with the contrast, and maybe somebody in the chat could help me use Adobe a little bit, since I'm not as familiar with it as most people. I'm pretty new to Adobe, period, and I think it's an app on the computer or your phone. I think you can have it both ways, where you can edit videos with probably some of the best effects and transitions and everything. It does everything, okay? If you want to freaking make a movie, you can make a movie on Adobe, and I'm pretty sure there's other platforms that you can as well, but I think Adobe's one of the best. But that sign we'll be talking about, because that is a sign, and a lot of people confuse that with it being car lights. And then we look over to the far right over there, which is the house that we see on the hill that was just behind me earlier. I might run the video back that we did today earlier at Nancy's, just so we could see those houses, because they're really tough to see which ones I'm talking about, especially on this picture here. But we talked about that. We talked about the light on the house on the hill, which is that very first house. As soon as you go on the hill, those of you guys that have been in tune know which house I'm talking about. But there's that house on the hill, and that's the lights there. You cannot see Sue Ellen's house lights, by the way. So just to be clear, you really can't really see her lights. This wall here, it actually gets in the way of you seeing that. So you can't see her lights that are coming from Sue Ellen's house. If you can, it would be barely a little bit, but I truly don't think you can see Sue Ellen's house. That's that very first house on the hill, because it's way further over to the left on this side if you were to be able to see Sue Ellen's house lights from there. So you don't see that far to the left, so you know kind of where I'm going with this as far as the cutoff point, based on what that camera can see. And it does not see the pretty much the end that I usually stream at. You wouldn't see me. So if I was out there streaming, let's put it this way, you wouldn't see me out there either from this point of view here. Anyway, we're going to talk about that, as well as this particular area right here that I have my arrow in. Let's turn it around. That is where I'm telling you guys I'm seeing a vehicle, and why today I feel like I've further confirmed my theory to be more factual rather than just a simple theory, because I feel like there is actually a vehicle there, but a lot of us just can't see it. And this is the reason why we're going to get on Adobe and see if we can bring it more to life. Maybe I'm not the best editor, so I don't think this is going to go all that well, but we're going to try. Never hurts to try. Adrian was the one who had a video, and it brought to everyone's attention that not had a video based on this specific video. She was the one who brought to everyone's attention that there somebody walking by at the time the perp is playing with the strub. So at the time, just pretty much before he covers that camera, is when we think we see some footsteps, or a step, which is the leg and the shoe. So it appears to me that there's somebody walking by at that very moment that he's sitting out there playing with that strap. So we got to check that out. I wanna play with both of those videos. So I'm gonna go back and forth and just see if we could kind of try to see what, if we could light it up, maybe invert it, just whatever it takes to bring it to life, to make it really, so we can really see what we're seeing. We'll try to do whatever we can to make it more visible to the eye. But who knows? We might not accomplish our goals. So we'll see. I wanted to play this video real quick. We're gonna rewind and talk about Luke Daly. Now, Luke Daly was the guy that was detained, I believe, at Clover in a Range Rover, and his house was also raided, where I believe his mother and I don't know, a few other guys that I'm not familiar with. And I think he had a brother named Matt. Reason why I'm talking about this is because Sleuth Intuition had, I think, some lady, I don't know who it was, or if he's familiar with her, he spoke to her at all, but I think she seems to have some insiders on who Luke is, and she seemed like she just knew a lot of information about Luke, and there were some questionable things that she said that I'd like to share that Luke may have maybe lied about. I didn't really get the vibe. I don't really think it's Luke. I know Criminal Network's pretty strong on that. I think he was talking about that the other day. I think he said that he still thinks that it's Luke. Could Luke be lying? I don't know if Luke is lying. I could not tell you, but it's a possibility. And I said it the other day on stream, and some people, ate me up for it because of the way I worded it. Because I quoted that I think there's a possibility that we have missed something, and I think somebody was like, "Who's we? Who's we?" I'm like, "Well, we meaning they," because I think we all work together. We're working to help. The FBI or anybody that's gonna potentially push this case in the right direction as far as us getting a suspect or bringing Nancy home. So we got to play this because it was just an interesting call to listen to. I think Sleuth Intuition got to speak to her, and then we'll listen to a little bit of the beginning to kind of just see where this is going, because I didn't get to listen to it at all yet, so I really don't know what to expect. But I got to hear this, man. Shout out Sleuth Intuition. I mean, he's always doing it. He's making it do what it do right now, man. I mean, even if we knew that at the end of the day Richard wasn't our guy, it was interesting to stumble across somebody like that regardless. Although most importantly, we definitely want to find our guy. But I mean, man, Richard Nolette was probably the closest thing that I've seen to the Perp, but then again, maybe we could be overthinking it, but you never know. Anyways, chat, I'm gonna switch this over real quick. I just want to play a little bit of this. I know it's late. I know some of y'all ain't night owls. I know some of y'all that tuned in earlier probably aren't even here. I haven't even looked at chat. Just want to make sure my chat was playing here on screen, and I think it is. So that way I'm able to actually see it. All right, so I'm gonna play a little bit of this video real quick, and then we'll switch it over to the Adobe Pro and see if we can edit a little bit here. I don't know how long I'll be on, but at least for a couple hours, Not too bad, not too bad. I think we got enough. We got 2 hours in the tank left at least. We'll see. I don't know, chat. All right, so let me play this just real quick. Let me say hello to those in the chat. I don't even know who's in the building. I haven't even looked yet. Let me pull up my chat real quick here. I didn't even know some of you guys are still awake. Wow. Hey, Patriot Pride in the building, man. Shout out Patriot Pride. What's good, brother? Justin Jane. Okay. Cali Girl on Fire. Good to see you. 101 SB. Hopefully my mic is coming through clear. I haven't even checked nothing. Mic check. 1, 2. I don't know. I can't tell. Made, what's good, Made in, is it Doc? Made in Doc. Hey, what's up? Michelle, what's happening? Big welcomes. I think my little man's waking up. Is it Kim or Kamel? I was like, oh, Camila? I don't know, man. I'm bad with names, guys. I'm terrible with names. Big welcomes those of y'all tuning in, guys. Let's play this just real quick, and then I want you guys to see if we can. We'll see if we can see what we're seeing. Okay, we'll get there. We'll get there. Let's play this real quick.
18 inches. Last seen in blue swaddle blanket. Suspect Tyler Olson, white male. Asia Wilson, white female, driving 2003 black Jeep Liberty. Oregon license plate 041 HYB. If located, call 911 immediately. So it looks like a father came into town.
I'm going to skip up. This ain't the part that we need to hear.
If Luke or Matthew or them together were involved in this, and I have no clue if they were or not. I'm not a professional. This is just the names that are being brought up in a case that we're looking into. But if they were involved, these are the same mitigating factors that would be listed in this case, right? These are the same things that they're going to throw out to a judge or a jury or a courtroom to try to get leniency. So are these the types of things that lead people to crime? I don't know. Let's take a look here. On February 19th, 2019, Luke Anthony Daly will come before this court for sentencing. He asks that you consider the following mitigation and sentence him to concurrent mitigated sentences. Mr. Daly was adopted at birth by, and we know it's Mary Chapman. Mr. Daly's biological parents were 17 when he was born, and his biological mother struggled with substance abuse while pregnant. Mr. Daly grew up extremely close to both of his adoptive parents. Both Mary and John were psychologists and provided Mr. Daly with an excellent childhood. Blank and blank also adopted Mr. Daly's brother, Matt, at the time of his birth, from different biological parents. Mr. Daly continues to have a close relationship with his older brother. When Mr. Daly was a child, he had 8 or 9 concussions. At only 8 years old, he had to be transported by helicopter off of Mount Lemmon due to a bicycle accident. When he was a teenager, Mr. Daly began to race downhill mountain bikes and was in a serious accident.
I'm trying to find you guys a picture of Luke. I already had one in here, but I don't see it.
And read what I said. I said they are not blood brothers. Yeah, they're not blood. They're both adopted. I can show you our height. Oh, you know them, Amanda?
Real quick, chat. Is this Matt, by the way? I think wasn't that Matt? Because he kind of looks like Luke, but it's not Luke. I thought we were confused and we thought that was Luke at one point, but I think that's actually the brother. Maybe that's not the brother because they're not blood related, so they shouldn't look alike, right? I don't know. I don't really know too much about Luke. This is at the time in the case where I didn't really dig deep to see Luke, who Luke really, what he was all about, because I just didn't think it was Luke. For a period, I had suspicions on whether or not it could have been Luke. But really, after he did that interview, it really, at that point, I'm just like, nah, it's not him. I mean, after he came and cleared his name, but there are some questionable things, like his mom. Like, why would you need your mom for an interview? If it's about you and not your mom, even though I know she was the one there, one of the ones that were there when the house got raided. But I mean, maybe she just wanted to help her son, I guess, and put more word out there that he wasn't the guy. I don't know, but his mom did an interview, and I don't know whether or not that did more good deed for him, or the opposite. But I'm not gonna lie. I felt some dishonesty in there when they did do that interview with Luke and his mother. I think both of them were a little dishonest at certain times with certain questions. But I still really had a hard time putting Luke there just based off just his character to me. He just doesn't seem like that type of guy to me, but I could be wrong. You never know. Was that Luke? So that was Luke's actual mugshot? Why does he look like a completely different person, though? I don't know why I've had a hard time wondering if that's actually Luke when I found that picture one day, or this was one of the pictures they posted. But that Luke, it just looks like a completely different Luke than the other picture that Sleuth has. I don't know. To me, he just looks completely different, like it's not even him. But you can tell he's really been through a lot. So, I mean, I can't imagine his face changing. I can't imagine his face changing the way, if it's changed that much. But that Luke compared to the Luke now just looks like a whole other Luke to me. I don't know. He changed a lot. So, do we have a picture of Matt? I don't know if I even know it. I've never seen what Matt looks like. I'm assuming completely different because his brother is not his blood brother. So I'm obviously assuming that they're going to look completely different from one another. Anyway, y'all got to hear this phone call, though. I mean, this might change things a little bit, but you never know.
Which one do you know, Luke or Matthew? And if you want to call in, let me know. I can give you a link and you can call in.
She must have been saying a whole lot that really struck Sleuth's intuition's attention, and good thing he did take this call because you never know. I mean, it sounds like the lady's telling the truth, man. So I don't know if you guys watched this today. Somebody brought it to my attention on stream, and I'm like, you know what? I'll check it out. I mean, anytime Sleuth has something, it definitely deserves a look because, I mean, he's always got some interesting things going on over there. Gotta love that guy, man. Smart guy, too. Shout out Sleuth Intuition. No Amanda Ford, but nothing Luke's. No Amanda Ford, but nothing Luke Sleuth said. I don't know what I missed. Shout out Patriot Pride, man. I appreciate y'all stopping by and tuning in. It's pretty late. I usually don't. Lately, I haven't been streaming this late, but I mean, this is usually the normal time I normally get on and stream. Before I started actually going to Nancy's. Sleuth is the GOAT, man. He definitely is, for sure. The eyes are the same. I mean, I think Luke is close. I'm not gonna lie. He's super close to the Perp. And like I said, at one point in time, I had suspicions, and you know, I think for like a day I thought it was Luke, and then I was over it. I don't know, maybe a couple days. But I think I was past Luke pretty quick. Just trying to find a picture of him and the Perp. But let's continue playing this real quick here.
She says, yes.
So I think at this point, Sleuth's waiting on the call from the lady. We can skip it up here.
Oh, you want to call in? Okay, hold on. Let me give you a link.
Oh, okay. I think he must have been talking to her in chat for a while, or he must have been saying a lot. Let me see here.
Ab says, oh, looks like Amanda is in the studio.
Did Sleuth already have this lady like on standby or something, or she just popped up in the chat and he just decided to give her a phone call? Or have her give him a phone call.
Bab says, looks like Amanda is in the studio. Let me stop sharing my screen real quick.
Amanda, are you there? Can you hear me? All right. Can you turn that off in the background?
Yep. I think that worked, right?
Yeah, I can just hear you now. You're a little quiet, but I don't know if you can get closer to the mic or turn it up.
You hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you fine. I think they're going to struggle to hear you.
Okay, hold on.
Welcome on, by the way. Thanks for calling in.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm just going to let you guys know Matthew and Luke don't even talk. I don't know who said that Luke or Matthew was in Tucson because he absolutely was not. And if you knew what he did, you guys would be like, what in the hell? He's like raises billions of dollars for the medical marijuana. I can give you the actual name. I can show you.
No, I have it.
Oh, okay.
I have all that information. Yeah.
Yeah. You know, he has his degree in psychology. Do you have his pictures?
Oh my God, man, bro, thank you.
About 5 minutes.
When did I go on mute?
About 5 minutes ago.
How did I do that? Oh my God, bro. It's time to go to sleep. We got to get off, guys. We're just gonna end it here, man. Shout out Patriot Brian. He called me right now. Oh my goodness.
I just want to let you know, bro.
Jeez. Hey, thanks a lot, bro. That's embarrassing.
No, you're good, man. We'll talk to you later.
All right, brother. Thank you.
Bye.
I kept chat. I don't even know what I'm doing. I really don't. I don't know what I'm doing. You know what happened? I don't think I've been on mute that long because I muted it to ask my girl if I could tell you guys because she was telling me, "Oh, don't tell him." And I wasn't even going to talk about Luke at all today. I haven't even been he hasn't been even thought of. But my girl had brought it to my attention when I got off stream, and she said that she thought she saw Luke today in the neighborhood, and she decided to follow the car, and I guess that car sped off. And she said like it was pretty super fast, like it wasn't like a normal speed off type of thing, it just she seemed like when she said when she saw them initially they looked like they were out of place, like they shouldn't be here. They definitely weren't from the neighborhood, you could tell. But, we weren't sure. She's not sure if it was Luke or not. But you guys know my girlfriend usually always drops me off. So, yeah, she said she thought she saw Luke. She's been in tune. She's the one who actually told me about this case. And that's how I learned about the case. You know, if it wasn't for her, I probably wouldn't even know about it. I'm sure I would have at some point after a certain point in time, but she was the one who brought this up to my attention, and then I was obsessed from there. Guys, I'm so sorry about that, by the way, man. Patriot Pride. Thank you, man. Big salute, Patriot Pride, man. And see, this is exactly why I'm glad I gave him my number, because no one else would have called me. No one else really has my number either, so... Man, you didn't miss anything though, guys. That's all you guys missed. I literally put it on mute, forgot I put it on. We're not even going to touch the mute button anymore. We're not touching that button ever again. That button is illegal on this stream from now on. We can't even use that button anymore. I had to ask though, because earlier she was telling me that, you know, she didn't want me to say anything because we're not sure if it was Luke or not. Well, she's not sure. But I know for sure she knows exactly what Luke looks like. But anyways, we'll finish. We'll listen to this call real quick. I'll probably stop it here and there. Let's hit it.
Because I have, okay. So he's like, they don't even speak.
Well, I mean, he was definitely in Tucson. Luke and his mom both admitted it. Matt was detained during the search of the Tucson home.
No, Christopher was detained. You want to bet me on it?
Who's Christopher?
Christopher is Luke. There's 4 foster kids. Well, them 2 were adopted. The other 2 are foster kids. Yeah. Christopher was detained.
Okay, we'll look into that. But then we're going to play the video where they talk about who was detained and who was in town. But I want you to speak your piece and all that before we get into this.
In middle school, he was the worst on our swim team. By high school, he was number 1. He also has a degree in psychology.
Makes sense, right? Both parents.
Yep. He was the good one. Now, if you said that it was like Clay and Luke, I'd be like, oh, yeah, that's possible. With either one of them. But not.
Well, who's Clay?
Clay is the one that has the house. His mother has a house directly across the street. The one directly across from Nancy. And he has previous kidnapping charges involved with some very not nice people.
So wait, you're saying that Luke and Clay are connected?
Oh, yeah. Them 2 are friends. Them 2 are, I won't say friends. I'll say acquaintances for sure. Absolutely.
And Clay's his last name, right?
Clay is Crouch. Yep.
Clay Crouch is his full name?
Yep. Who's actually,
we've talked about Clay Crouch.
Yeah, he's actually sitting in federal prison right now. But there's 2 people that went in with him that has already been released.
Interesting.
Okay, so you think Clay might have something to do with this, him and Luke possibly?
I would put it past him.
But definitely not Matthew, is what you're saying.
You can tell, like, listening to this lady, she sounds like she might just know something.
In my opinion, absolutely not.
What makes you think he wasn't in Tucson? You said you could prove that. That's important.
Because Matthew was at a gala for Maggie's place.
Okay, and you can prove that? Can you email that to me?
I can. I just need to get an email from you.
sleuthintuition@gmail.com. Yeah, let's get his alibi out there. And I like the information that you're providing here. Christopher, what's Christopher's
she sounds like
full
she
name,
really wants to provide some good information.
Like, we're not trying to accuse anybody. We just want to look at everyone. I mean, we even looked at Annie, Obviously, she's not involved.
Yeah, Christopher's last name is Dowry. Dowlrey.
Dowell Ray.
It's R-A-Y. Oh, I'm sorry. It's R-A-Y.
Okay. Okay, now who's that there with you?
Oh, that's just my friend.
Okay.
I went to school with all of them.
With Luke too?
Yep. I went to school with Luke and Matthew after I switched from anthropology over to Catalina Foothills High School.
Okay. And do you know Kayla?
I mean, it looks like it could be Luke, but I just don't think that that's Luke. Well, at least this guy right here. I mean, it's possible, but the lips do look pretty similar. The eyes, I wouldn't say necessarily the eyebrows. At least in this older picture, yeah. But I don't know. His eyebrows look a little different than they did in this picture here on the far right. So I don't know. It's tough, but who knows?
It is a joke. I know her. I don't deal with her crowd, but yeah, she's a joke.
How does she know Luke?
Because Kayla was dating Luke. Kayla's been married a couple of times, but Kayla was dating Luke before all of this even became an issue, before anything ever happened to Nancy.
All right, I'm gonna stop it right there. Kayla says, by the way, in the interview with Luke's interview, I don't know if y'all watched the interview, but remember Luke said that he doesn't even know that girl at all. He just got into a little mess with her, and they got arrested together. Is pretty much all he said. He I don't know. He might have lied about that. If this lady's telling the truth and it all checks out, then Luke is lying. Which, well, it brings question. What else would he really be lying about then? I mean, obviously he might be lying about some other things too. And I'm a very observant guy, so I could tell right off the bat that there were some things that Luke wasn't telling the truth about, and nor was his mother either. So
Kayla and Luke got arrested a couple of times, and for transporting.
Yeah, big time drug dealing.
Oh yeah, definitely. And they've been known, so said, I can't say this for sure, but to transport people across the little, because it's right there.
I'm going to stop that one more time. Okay. I'm a local here. Luke's been here for a while, and I don't know if this is normal in the state that you live in, but I just wanted to bring this to mind here because it kind of makes sense what she's saying, and she's just said it's right there. It's right there. It's not even far.
Transport people across the little, because it's right there to go into Mexico back and forth.
So we're about an hour away from the border. And this is why, to me, this checks out, because being a local here, and I'm going to keep it real with y'all. Being a local here, you know how many times I've been asked if I want to do a transport and transfer somebody? Too many times to count. And that's common here in Arizona. You got people transporting people like illegals and things like that from Mexico to here. So it might check out that Luke and Kayla really do have a relationship. And if they're doing that together, there's no doubt in my mind they have to have some sort of bond, because you got to trust somebody when you do something that's highly illegal, which that would amount to, I'm assuming, a federal crime. So just keep that in mind.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. And Kayla, I feel like I was told that she was calling Luke and wanted Luke to make three-way calls. Luke didn't end up putting money back on the phone. And that's when she all of a sudden threw Luke under a bus and brought him into Nancy Guthrie.
Hmm.
And all of that about Luke don't know why he got drug into this, that's a lie. He knows exactly why.
Well, he lied in his interview, said he didn't really know Kayla.
That's a lie. I can prove that they've been arrested together multiple times.
Multiple? I have one. Can you send me the other?
I sure can.
I'd appreciate that.
Yeah. Do you have the one where they thought that they were transporting people?
No, I don't have that one. I have the most recent, the one that the charges they're facing now for drug dealing and trafficking.
Yeah, I'll send you everything. I'll email it to you. I don't trust Luke as far as I can throw him.
Wow.
So,
but
Matthew, you're saying he wasn't in town?
No.
And he wasn't the brother that was detained?
No. But they said there was so much said that night that somebody shot themselves in the head. That didn't happen.
Well, that's all the weird rumor mill. That was from Daly. Yeah. He went to a separate crime scene, and it was a hit and run. And then people were like, "Oh, it's a guy in a Range Rover who took his own life." That's the danger of social media right there. That's why people shouldn't go around spreading information.
Right. I remember that.
Range Rover, that's his Range Rover.
Yeah. And why did he buy a new Range Rover? What happened to that blue car?
Hell if I know. Where to get the money is what I want to know.
Wow.
Yeah,
He
they
don't
paid
work.
for the Range Rover with cash.
Oh, I'm sure they did.
So you are able to send proof of an alibi for Matthew.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's
He was
huge.
at that gala for Maggie's place. I'll get all of it together for you and send it to you.
Yeah, some information on Chris and Clay, if you would too. That's good.
Okay.
This is good information. Thank you. Anything else you want to put out there before we kind of go on with this?
I just want to say that in all reality, you can never put nothing past nobody. I mean, we don't expect husbands to kill their wives, and so I can't sit here and tell you guys I know for a fact because of who the type of person he is that Matt's not involved. I'm saying I know because I know where he was that night. That's the only reason.
Mm-hmm. And that's important.
That's all I want to make clear.
Do you know if these guys do a lot of camping, like in the area around Tucson?
I can't say that I know him to do a lot of camping.
Any hot spots that they might frequent? Places that we might want to go look if they were involved. Not saying they were because I don't know. But if they were.
Calaman's house that's been empty for probably 5 years, the broken down house that's diagonal from Nancy's, where Luke and them got caught before, sitting up in there smoking dope. How come that was never searched?
Wait, what?
Wait, say that again? You're saying that
even Sleuth's like, what? Run that back.
That's been empty for probably 5 years.
Tucson?
I can't say that I know him to do a lot of camping.
Any hot spots that they might frequent? Places that we might want to go look if they were involved. Not saying they were because I don't know. But if they were.
Calaman's house that's been empty for probably 5 years, the broken down house that's diagonal from Nancy's, where Luke and them got caught before, sitting up in there smoking dope. How come that was never searched?
Wait, where is that? Is she talking about the house where I went to, like the porta potty one, or the other house that we walked to the other night? Which house is she talking about? The house that I usually pass on the way to Nancy's, that I saw the F-150 out there in a weird white van at one point in time. Which house is she talking about?
Wait, say that again? You're saying that Luke was actually arrested in a nearby abandoned home right there by Nancy's before?
It doesn't even matter.
In Calaman's house that's abandoned.
Do you have a date on that? Because I should be able to pull those records.
I'll get it.
Wow.
I'll get it.
All right. Any other information like that? I think those are the little pieces.
This lady is ready. She's ready to give all information as possible.
Little tidbits people can kind of start to piece together.
Yeah, so that house that's diagonal to the right across from Nancy's, that's Eric Calaman's house.
Yeah, I went into that home. The one that like didn't have a roof for a long time. Is that the one you're talking about?
There's 2 of them diagonal from each other. One of them is Kansas, one of them is Calaman's. Calaman can't afford to finish fixing the house the way it's supposed to be fixed.
Has to be a neighbor, whoever this is, because she knows a little too much about the neighborhood. That's for sure.
That's why it's abandoned. Luke was caught in there. It wasn't with Kayla. It was with some other girl, and I don't remember her name, but I will find out.
And they got drug charges for that?
They don't really charge you like that for smoking. I mean, you know, if you get caught like trafficking or something, yeah, but this is Arizona. It's like a slap on the wrist, if that.
All right. Did you know William Webby, Kayla's husband, the guy who got charged for smuggling people?
Wait, William?
Yeah, Bill Webby, Will Webby.
Okay. Not even I don't know if it's William, but I know a Bill, but they're not really married to each other. She's married to Chad.
Chad who?
What's Chad's last name? It's Day. No, I don't think she took his last name. I'll find out because I don't think she took his last name because Bill is Day. And her maiden name, I believe, is Amiris. However you say that. Yeah. That girl is trouble anyway, but her and Luke are 2 peas in a pod.
Yeah, because he straight up lied about that.
He said I have an interview. He said he didn't know her.
Yeah, he said I didn't know her.
She was pregnant.
Yeah, he said he did not know Kayla. There's a moment in time in the video I had it pulled up actually, and I don't know at what point in that video he said that, but he did say he did not know Kayla at all.
You were detained and released, but you've said it. Your face, your name, it's everywhere online. People still believe you were either involved or did this. What's that been like for you to have your name, your picture, even a past mugshot all over the internet associated with this case?
I mean, for me, it's terrible. It's hard to go anywhere, and the hard part is they're making all these assumptions based on things that have absolutely no relevance, and they're just bringing up my past, which I mean, I do have a past, but nothing violent or anything like that. All my past has just been involved with using drugs, and I haven't been in that life for over 2 years now. So all the things that they're bringing up, yeah, I guess it's public record, but it would have came out if it wasn't for all these people speculating and doing things like that. So now people that had no idea about my past, so I've done like a good job of working past it and not having anything to do with it. So them doing that now is kind of just reopening this whole speculation and make me out to look like this bad person, which I'm not.
And it's not just been you. People have found, records of an alleged girlfriend of yours. There's been a lot of rumors swirling around. What do you want to say about those rumors, about you, about her, about, everybody that people have looked at and said, well, they could do this?
Yeah, first of all, that's not my girlfriend. I barely knew that girl, and I was arrested with her on a completely different circumstance over a year ago. I haven't talked to her since, and I guess they're just going off of the arrest saying that I was arrested with her, but I hardly know her and don't associate with her. But in terms of everything else, I mean, all the speculation is just going off of, I don't even know if people really believe it, but online it just seems like they're pushing this narrative and trying to make connections with things that are, I don't know, basically like circumstantial, like saying my eyelashes match the guy in the ski mask picture, which I'm sure like if you could use anyone's picture and find similarities.
And you don't recognize the person on that, in that footage?
No, I don't.
I'm not gonna lie. I mean, this person, the interviewer did. I think she did a pretty good job. I mean, some people would argue that she didn't, but I think she did a pretty decent job interviewing Luke. I think she asked a lot of the necessary questions that needed to be answered, and she ran through them a couple times. She didn't just let the questions go under the rug. Even at the end of the interview, she asked several questions she asked the same question like 3 times, trying to give Luke the opportunity to just say anything that he might just want to say. That he had in mind. But I don't know. But I think that there were some questionable things that that occurred in that interview that definitely led up to me just not believing Luke. I think that, there's something that he's not quite telling the truth about, and one of the things I could probably say is the car. I don't know. I think there's something weird with that Charger that he's not saying. Who knows? But there's a reason why he crashed it, right? I mean, maybe it was an accident, maybe it was someone else's fault. And maybe it had nothing to do with the Nancy Guthrie case. But remember, initially when I saw that car that appears in the background on the video with the perp on Nancy's Ring camera, well, at first I was like, you know what, this is a Charger, it looks like a Charger. So I mean, it could still be, but right now I feel like it's a truck that I see in the background, and it could be no car at all for all I know. But even Luke's mother, sat down, and like I said, it seemed like she wasn't all the way honest about certain things too. We'll get back to this phone call here because I want to hear the rest of that. But I mean, just look at Luke's mother, for instance, just in her interview, and I don't even know what made her want to do an interview as well. And I don't even know if Luke and his mother were paid to do this interview. But also, why didn't they take the interview with like Brian Intent or somebody else on a bigger platform than this lady? And nothing against her. I mean, she's obviously done great and she's a growing channel for sure. But I think that they probably had many avenues that they could go down. And if he really wanted to send a message and put the word out there, I think he would have chose a better platform. But it might have been some money on the table that wasn't probably said. But that's the only thing I'm assuming. And like someone just said, well, in that phone call, like the lady just said, you know, where did he even get the money if he's not working and he doesn't really have enough income to, you know, get a Range Rover? So I don't know. There was just some weird, awful things that, some weird, odd things that appeared to be a little off to me. So I don't know.
So, yeah, and then I just decided I was much better off going to Phoenix to be with Matt and the grandkids and his wife and everything.
So when they detained you, did you know that this was related to also them investigating Luke?
No.
You had no idea?
No, I wasn't thinking this was about Luke. You know, I found out it was also about Luke, but initially, no, I was thinking it was all about Nancy Guthrie and finding her and whatnot. So, because I was thinking, I don't even think Luke probably ever watched the news and even saw Savannah on the news. I mean, I did.
Right. So when did you learn that, you know, your detainment was related to Luke's detainment in this case?
When? I'm not exactly sure when, because honestly, during this time, I was really emotional, and there were lots of information coming in, and so I don't remember exactly the time, but I know that in retrospect, I know all this stuff that it did, but initially I didn't think of it being Luke as part of this, because I knew it wasn't something that Luke would be involved in any way, and he wasn't. So, yeah.
And when you learned that, was there any thought that could he have been involved?
No, I didn't think he ever could have been involved. Not at all. No.
So you and Luke were not involved in anything in this case?
Right, except seeing it on TV and acting and some of the consequences of, you know, we want to search this, and I'm like, okay, if it helps find, because this was early on when we thought differently about.
Hey, Buttercup, by the way, shout out Buttercup for becoming a member of the channel, and platinum at that, man. Big salutes, Buttercup, much love. Wow, insane.
Did they take anything specific from your home?
Did they take anything?
Patriot Pride says she
can't
didn't
think
give
of
him that
anything they
piercing
took.
either.
You know, I can't think of anything.
And did they eventually?
I might think of something later.
That's
I hate
fine.
to say it, but
Yeah.
You know.
Did they eventually tell you that they were searching your home in relation to this case, or did you this whole time think they're just looking to see if I have any surveillance video or anything like that? Like, where did that shift happen?
They didn't give me a lot of information, but I just assumed, you know, and I said, well, if it's like I said, if it's something that might help us find her, then go for it if you think there's anything in here, but I don't think there is. So, yeah.
Did you ever suspect that Luke might know who was involved?
No.
Not at all.
No. Mm-mm.
So you guys were basically both detained for hours. You were questioned. Your property gone through, and then released, but with not a lot of explanation as to why?
Well, I guess they just said they could do, you know, I didn't want to stop if it might be helpful. But I had no idea when, I thought they'd maybe come in and look around for an hour or something, poke around and, you know, but yeah.
So you have not been back at your home since staying there since this?
I just got back.
What's that like?
It's really good to be back here. I was up in Phoenix with my kids and grandkids, which is wonderful, but, you know, we built our home and lived there a long time, and Matt's grown up in it, Luke's grown up in it. They're, you know, so it's, you know, it's home. So I love being there. I'm glad to be back, and it's nice to know that Luke's there and, with me.
I mean, in the days since you guys were detained, it's not been an easy road for any of you. Luke especially.
I don't know. When I first seen this, I thought it was really, really odd that she went out to Phoenix to me. But again, like she said, she was going to see her grandkids. I mean, I get it. But it's almost like she kind of knew something was going to happen. I don't know. But from what that lady's saying, Luke was here the day that Nancy went missing, and I think that was one thing that Soof was trying to confirm. But let's listen to the rest of this call here, because I think it gets a little bit more interesting as well. And it just seems like the lady that he's speaking to is not only just a neighbor, but it seems like this lady really knows what she's talking about. Like, she really knows some things for sure. And if a lot of this stuff that she's saying checks out, then that might just change things. And I said it, like I said, I put it on X the other day. I said, there's a chance that we might have missed something. And, there's a chance we could have potentially, came in contact with a suspect, and they may have just not realized it. Or they have an idea, which is why some people think Savannah had went back, because they think that she just knows, but they don't have enough to lock that person up or prove that they're a part of this. They don't have enough to put them there. And that's what I said, even with the DNA, unless it's somebody like Luke or, anybody else that just doesn't really have much relation to Nancy, obviously that's going to put them there. But I mean, if it's Tommaso, I don't know how that would really play out. I don't know if they would consider, just imagine it was Tommaso there. Would they really say that he did it? I mean, how do you really put them there to prove that person was there and took Nancy out of her home? I think that's the question that we would have to ask the law enforcement, I guess. But I think they still need some type of, a little bit more information than just simply finding a hair and saying, hey, yeah, you were here and you took Nancy that night because we found your hair. That doesn't really sound like it's enough for me. Especially if for somebody like Tommaso, who's been in the house and he's always around, I don't really know if they could really say, hey, Tommaso, we know you're the kidnapper now and you're under arrest. I think that they definitely have to have enough to say somebody's there. But like I said, if it's Luke, that changes things. That would be different if it does turn out that Luke's, it's his hair, it's his DNA and or whoever else's, But I still think there still has to be more to put that person there than simply just hair. But I could be wrong. It just doesn't sound like that'd be enough to lock somebody up for kidnapping. Enough to have suspicions and question that person, yeah, but it doesn't really prove what took place that night. That's just me, though. I don't know how it works. I don't know if that'd be enough for them to lock somebody up and say they murdered and kidnapped somebody, though. Anyway, I want to play the rest of this, man. Maybe y'all can enlighten me in chat. Maybe I'm missing something, but I keep saying that. Why would hair or whatever it is that they find be enough? Why would it be enough to be like, they murdered somebody or kidnapped somebody?
Supposedly she was pregnant.
With his child?
Yeah, so I don't know how, I don't know how they would say that. I mean, you're not going to claim you're pregnant by somebody you don't know.
And you know them because you went to school with them all.
Yep.
Wow, that's interesting. Christopher Dalray is Luke's brother, and does he have a record too?
I don't think so. No. Not that I know of. I mean,
but if anybody was going to help Luke, it's going to be Christopher.
It's going to be Christopher.
That's big. That's good information.
Mary and him only adopted Luke and Matthew. The other two, and I even posted this on my ex account not too long ago. The other two were strictly foster kids. They did not actually adopt them.
Okay. So they would just with them for a little while and then hopefully get placement, or
Luke was trouble from the beginning. I'm going to tell you that right now. I remember Luke getting in trouble for stealing kids' bikes and like 13.
Jeez.
He almost set their Burris house on fire. The house over on Burris, he almost set it on fire.
Oh, so Nancy's neighborhood is kind of like his little stomping ground.
Oh, yeah. Him and Clay.
Wow. Okay.
See, people think that Clay lived in the house that's across from Nancy. He didn't. He also lived on Burris. His mother owns like 4 different properties over there. Yeah. It's just
that's
a mess.
interesting.
It's a mess.
And what about the connection with the Range Rover and MG Motors and Zach? Do you know any of those guys? They seem to be kind of in the mix in the middle of it all.
MG Motors is, I believe, the little buy now, pay here place.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't trust it. I don't know who owns it or anything like that.
Well, that's where the Range Rover was purchased from.
Oh, I'm not
like
surprised.
just a few days before Luke was the search warrant was served on his home, his mom's house. So he purchased it after the kidnapping, but shortly before the search warrant.
I just want to know who it was that Luke's mother claims that she was the one that wrecked whatever car that is.
That blue one in the driveway?
Right. She supposedly wrecked it. And I think...
so Luke didn't even wreck the vehicle. His mom claimed to wreck it. Interesting.
That because she's always been a protector of Luke. I'm not going to sit here and bad mouth his mother because that's disrespectful, and I'm just not going to do it.
Yeah, only
her.
a mother could love him, type of thing.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely.
Might as well. You're already telling on the man.
Yeah, I get absolutely. A mother's love.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't blame her for any of that. If it's true.
Yeah, that's her baby. But it has caused rifts between Matthew. So, I mean, it is.
What about Sue Ellen? Where does she fit in all this? Does she know Clay Crouch and all of them? Why is she being so mean to everybody out there? Is she connected to any of these people?
I mean, I'm sure she knows like Luke and him from the neighborhood, but I don't think connected like that. She's just a grouch. The one
that's totally fine.
The one that doesn't make sense to me, and I'm not saying it's yay or nay, but I can tell you the Lauren person, I'm so confused about.
The friend?
If that's what...
Wait a minute. Hold your horses, lady.
Do you want to call her?
Yeah, she says that she's Nancy's really good friend.
Yeah, she says that it happened in 2015 when Nancy was with Cameron in North Carolina in 2015 for like 7 months. Yeah, it's just weird.
You've contacted law enforcement about this information or no?
About what information? About
Luke and Clay, and how Clay's kind of like living right there. They've been busted in abandoned homes nearby. Is that maybe that's why they served a search warrant on Luke to begin with? Maybe it's just all this little information that you're talking about.
Well, Luke's about to go back to jail.
Yeah, maybe people turned him in. They're like, oh, well, there's this guy Luke, you might want to look into.
If you look it up, Kayla was busted. She was out on bail. She was already mad. She was out on bail. They revoked her bail. When they revoked her bail, they served a search warrant on Luke's mama's house. Because of Kayla.
What's his connection to this whole like gothic scene out there in Tucson? DJ Mojito, Kayla Day, Derek Kalia, the fake ransom guy from California.
I don't know Derek, but from what I understand, he used a text now number, which everybody thinks is untraceable, but it's not untraceable when you register it with your actual email address that has your
Sunday. I agree.
You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Like, I mean, if there was America's Dumbest Criminals, and I mean, he would be rated #1, his actual email address. But I have the paperwork on that from Pacer I can send to you too.
Yeah, please send me everything that you can. And when you saw the porch guy, did you think, man, that could be Luke?
No. No.
You didn't. You said no.
Wow.
Did anybody pop into your mind?
Nope. Honestly, no. Well, not pop into my mind immediately, but I'll send. I'm not gonna. There is. So I'll send it to you, and then you can take it and look at it, and then you can.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Ah, so she
The
might
reason
have
that
an idea who the
didn't pop
perp
in
might
my
be.
mind is the V in his lip. That's what I'm looking. That's what I'm. If you look, he's got a very deep indention in his top lip. The porch
Yeah, his
guy
top
don't.
lip
Yep.
looks like the letter M.
Yes, the porch guy don't.
Hmm.
And that's what and that's not something that you can like really, you know what I mean? Like you can put on a mustache, you can do all that, but you can see the guy's lips clearly. And I'm just, yeah, no.
All right. Yeah, if you can send me everything, is there anything else you wanted to throw out there? The most important thing, if you don't send me anything at all, is just you said you could prove that Matthew was somewhere else other than Tucson.
Yes,
Not that it's any of my business to begin with, but just
Oh,
for the
no, it
sake
is.
of what we're trying to accomplish. You know what I mean?
Because hopefully when I send it to you, then hopefully if you don't mind and you can put it out there to, you know,
Sure.
after you verify everything, because Matthew is, he's a geek. I mean, I'm not trying to be mean, but he's a geeky type, you know, like he got it.
Well, I feel that that's what we're looking for in the porch guy, right? He's picking up these flowers. He's just kind of like, doesn't seem like he's at place. You know what I mean?
And that's exactly why I said that's not somebody from Mexico cartel.
Yeah, it isn't, in my opinion.
I mean, did he think that the little dude on his shoulder was going to hold him up? But
Yeah, he's not going to creep around the front door. You know, they're going to kick that front door in, grab you, and they're going to go.
right. And to be honest, I don't think they would care if it was daytime or nighttime. Like they're going to do whatever it is they're going to do. Is what I don't
agree.
understand is the fact that the blood's coming out. There is none on the little step up to the door.
Mm-hmm.
And anybody that I have a Nest camera, anybody that has a Nest camera, even if it does not have a subscription, when you get the notification on your phone, if you pull down slide it down your phone, you can still see the little thumbnails of the images. How
That's like a screenshot, right?
right. But I'm going to go ahead and put it out there. So 2 weeks before this happened, it started in September, actually. There was a Pima County sheriff. He was being investigated by the Secret Service. And
I said this before, by the way.
I mean, down to the lips, the eyes, the hooded eyelids, everything about him. And Nanos tried so hard to keep him on, and he couldn't. And I think he's mad as hell. And let's not forget, it ain't but a hop, skip, and a jump where Nano's nephew by marriage was arrested for kidnapping the 76-year-old and putting her in the trunk of the car.
By the way, I said this the other day, chat. The reason why I said this is because I said Nanos, it seems like he's well liked because he's the type of guy that would try to cover up for an employee who's done something wrong. He would try to make sure that they can go on and continue their job after they've done something that should cost them their job. You know what I'm saying? And I think that that's the type of guy that Nanos is, especially if he's somebody that likes you. People have been comparing Nanos to the Perp today. I've seen. Maybe I should share a picture. But I think that there's been a couple people that sent me an email saying that Nanos could possibly be even the Perp. I disagree. However, it did match up. I'm not going to lie. But let's continue.
And I think he's mad as hell. And let's not forget, it ain't but a hop, skip, and a jump where Nano's nephew by marriage was arrested for kidnapping the 76-year-old and putting her in the trunk of the car.
Hey, what's up, Patriot Pride? Thanks for stopping by and tuning in.
That's true.
Whoever did this I feel like
Make sure y'all go subscribe, by the way, to check out Patriot Pride. He's been, hey, I don't even know when he streamed, if he streamed recently or not. But check him out. He's been covering the Nancy Guthrie case very, very well. You don't want to miss some of this guy, the stuff that this guy's brought to our attention. So if you get a chance, go check out Patriot Pride.
they knew what they could and couldn't get away with. And I think that Nanos needs to step down.
Yeah, you don't have to be complicit in a crime to create the atmosphere that invites it in. You know what I mean?
Well, okay, so let me ask you something. What is your opinion on Carolyn Cosper?
That's the first time I've heard that name.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so the day that the first ransom, the one they think is legit, came out.
The one that mentions the floodlight and the
Yes.
watch.
Yes, exactly 2.5 hours away in Ashford, Carolyn Cosper, who also just had a pacemaker put in, went missing and nowhere to be found. And my personal opinion, this is just my opinion, I feel like that Nancy was already gone by the time they did that whole ransom thing. They knew they were going to get asked for proof of life. And if you look at Carolyn and you look at Nancy, it wouldn't be that hard to pass off. And to this
Oh,
day,
I see what you're saying.
nobody
So-
knows where Carolyn's at.
So Nancy passes away. She's valuable, but not as valuable as she would be alive. So
Correct.
in order to kind of hold on to that value, they kidnap another woman and kind of try to pass her on as a fake.
Correct. I
Interesting.
know it sounds far-fetched.
No, I mean, we're
Right.
dealing with something far-fetched here. That's what, we need to start thinking outside of the box here.
Agreed.
It's the same day that the ransom came out. Carolyn Cosper, she was last seen at the mailbox. Her cars are all at her home. Nobody has seen her since.
Carolyn what?
Cosper,
COSP.
PER, from Ashford. And Nanos just
Ashford?
like Ashford, ASHFORK.
Gotcha. Okay.
And Nanos just likes to claim, because you guys, this is not this is not uncommon, especially from this area. Nanos just likes to always claim that they walked away. They didn't walk away. We have 7 right now that's in the same age frame. They're saying just went for a walk and now they can't find them. No. I'm not buying that.
Well, it's some good information for us to kind of dig into. Anything else you want to put out on the record? Anything we might you think
No.
might be relevant?
That's it. And I'll
All
send
right,
this
Amanda.
over to you in just a minute, and I'll put it all together in a zip file and send it over to you.
Yeah, I really appreciate that. Thank you.
No problem.
All right. Thanks for the call. Hopefully I can hear from you again if you think of anything. Okay. Let me know and I'll share the link with you anytime.
All right. Thank you.
I appreciate it. Have a good one.
You too.
Wow. Interesting call. Shout out to
right,
Suit
guys, that
Intuition.
was a great call.
He's been putting in. Yeah, it definitely was, man. Shout out Suit Intuition. That was great. It was good to hear from somebody who had a nice insight on Luke. I don't think that's. I think that's the first time we've gotten any type of information in regards to Luke, as far as someone who really actually knows him beside his mom in that interview. So what a call. I'm kind of interested to see what Luke's gonna say after that call. And it seems like that lady will be in contact, and she was super serious about the information that she had, and her confidence definitely is something to think about and consider whether or not the information she presented to Sleuth was valid or not. And it's, to me, I'm going to assume that it is, because she was on it with anything and everything, as far as making it factual based on what she was saying. She seemed like she was very adamant to make sure she emailed Sleuth anytime that he asked for proof. She said, yeah, I can validate that. Give me your email. Boom, boom, boom. Who knows? Who knows? It's questionable. It is questionable, that's for sure. And, like I said before, somebody could have slipped through the cracks. It's a possibility that somebody just slipped right through the cracks and we just didn't even know it. Like just like they missed the blood in the beginning, it could have been a chance that they might have just missed the actual suspect. You know, like they said in the beginning, this could be something that could be very simple. But like Sleuth also just mentioned, it could also be something that, you know, calls for a little bit of thinking outside of the box, because, you know, it's not hard. It happened in 2010. This guy went and literally got a face made of a person that I think either he went to high school with or someone that either someone he went to high school with or someone that he just or some yearbook he just found and took someone's face and literally mimicked that face, and they thought it was that person the entire time. So it's not easy, is what I'm saying, is to go make someone else's face and be them. So you can definitely impersonate somebody nowadays with not too much money. So I mean, you never know. You just never know. And nowadays, it's due to the things that people have done prior. It's becomes very difficult to overlook a lot of things. So I always take anything into consideration, almost, because it's just not really. I'm not even going to say consider it. I'm just not going to overlook it, because nowadays anything is possible.
Let's go to the chat. See what you guys think here. Sleuth,
hey, appreciate the $2 super chat there.
That is the walker in the wash.
Joan Recker, thanks for the $2 super chat. She says, sent you an email with identification of Perp. Say what?
Several times in that tent.
I'll check it out.
I mean, it was a walker, but it belonged to another woman. We don't even know if Nancy's walker was even taken from her home. Lisa Page, of course FBI knows. Right? Famous last words. Honestly, I don't know if the FBI knows anything. Now, their science people are brilliant, and the way they're able to...
I'm not seeing the email. Were you talking about the email that you had sent a little bit earlier? Or if you sent me one earlier? No, I don't think you sent me an email earlier at all. I'm looking at it right now, but I don't see any email there. No, I don't see the email. Well, I see an email from you, if this is you, Joan, but let me see if there's somebody else named Joan in here. No, I don't see any Jones. Maybe your name's a different name under email, because I don't see it. Cali Girl says that's the third time a pacemaker had been mentioned. Remember, the FBI asked Nancy's neighbor's sister if she had a pacemaker per Brian incident, like they thought she may be next. And now Carolyn, very interesting. Wow, good point. Good point. And then she did mention that they haven't heard of the lady since. So, I mean, it could lead up to that. And is it a pacemaker thing? But why would they know that somebody has a pacemaker? That they're, I mean, obviously they had to know Nancy somehow, some way. But how would you really know? Because a pacemaker is something inside of your heart. You know, it's not really visible. You can't really see it. Someone would have to actually tell you if they have a pacemaker or not, if you don't know them. Maiden Doc was laughing earlier. I don't know what she's laughing about, so maybe it was when I went mute or something. I don't know. I wanna go ahead and look at this video with the Perp, and I want to talk about the car that I think that's in the back. Well, not really talk about it. I think we did enough of that earlier. But I guess we'll talk about it a little bit because of the sign in the background, and you know, obviously people thinking that they're actually car lights when it's really the sign. I think we should pull this up, mess with it a little bit on Adobe Pro. Hopefully it doesn't crash the computer. Adobe Pro is really tough on the computer. It's an editing program for videos. I think people even make movies using Adobe Pro. It's definitely not the best of the best. I think there's another program called Vinci, which is pretty good too. But we'll be using Adobe Pro. We'll try to see if we can bring this video and image, of course, to life, and make it easier to see what we see. Maybe the person that told me they sent me an email went to sleep or something. I'm not too sure. I don't see you in the chat. I was trying to make sure before I don't catch it in the next few minutes here. I could check it now before I move forward. I just don't want to miss you in the chat. Chat's not crazy at all, so it's easy to see. But I don't see at all your email. I see an email, but it doesn't seem like it's from that person, so I really was kind of interested to see what it was as far as that picture. And it might be somebody that's just right here and I'm missing it. Maybe you were talking about the picture with Nanos and the Perp. Juice, have you seen the YouTuber's AI video inside Nancy's house? No. What's that? Maiden Dog, I don't know if you're saying what because you didn't hear what I said or something, or... I'm not sure. Hold on to your pants? Say what? I'm so confused. Nina says DaVinci is free, I think. Yeah, I think DaVinci is a good program, I think, for what I heard. All right, let me pull this up, guys. We gotta try this because I don't want to keep y'all too long here, and I don't want to get tired. We're already it's pretty late. It's pretty late. It don't matter what time it is to me though, because I'm always up this late. We might just pull an all-nighter, but we got to go to Nancy's tomorrow, so probably wouldn't be a good idea to do that because we'll be too tired to do anything. But let me pull up Adobe Pro real quick, and like I said, I'm not the best on Adobe Pro. I'm very slow on this app. I'm gonna keep it real with you guys. I really don't know how to use Adobe Pro very well. I know how to mess with colors. I don't know how to invert it, but I'm pretty sure we'll figure it out if we need to even invert it. And I'll make the screen as big as possible as I can. And I'm doing that right now, just real quick, so you guys can see most of what I'm seeing. But again, just give me some time. But we'll try to make this quick as we can. And I think, what we'll do is we'll probably start with that leg, or we should start with the car. I don't know, Chad. I don't know which one we should start with. The one where we think there's a car, or where we think that there's somebody walking by. I think that one's more legitimate than the car in the background. I think that one seems to be like it's more true. Because people are going to argue, of course, that that's not somebody's leg, that's light reflection, or you're seeing things. Let's look at this one first. We'll try this one first to see if we can mess with the settings on this one. We'll see if that maybe I'll zoom in for you guys so that way it's easier for y'all to see what I'm looking at. Yeah, I think we should probably do that. Let me see if I can switch screens here. Hold on. Because y'all, it might be better for you guys to see a zoomed in version versus me seeing, because you're not going to probably be able to follow everything I'm doing on here anyway, which you don't even need to. But if you have used Adobe Pro and you got some shortcuts or something that may help me, you know, setting wise, that might bring the video to life more, hey, feel free to let me know. But let me just zoom in for y'all real quick, and then we'll go from there. I think I might have to pull my arrow out for y'all. That way everyone knows what I'm pointing at. All right, chap. Nelson says, really has got me this case. My head's in bits, made in doc? Yeah. I'm almost there with you because I don't know. You got me confused here. Brian Guthrie, man, big welcome. It's good to see you in the chat, by the way. Men's Easy says, keep doing it and you'll improve. Yeah, maybe so. And I think I can figure out how to do a side by side too. So we might be able to play with them both at the same time. Maybe not. I don't even know how to move this thing as far as the screen goes. Here, we'll switch screens so you can see what I'm looking at here. I don't even know how to move this. Let's see, we'll go full. But I don't know why it's so, you can't like move the screen for whatever reason. I don't know what I clicked on the last time to move it around. But I need to be able to move this, so that's gonna be a headache, because you guys can't see in the back, and I don't know why. I guess I could zoom out more, but I need to be able to move this screen back and forth, and I just haven't figured out why they make that so difficult. But it's okay, because I can make it a bigger screen, kind of like that, but then I can't edit it while I'm doing this, so that's going to be a problem for me. But we'll leave it as is for now. I'll just zoom out, at least for now. See, no, that's not going to work. Why do they make this? Adobe's really got to like make things a little easier. Because the screen, I should just be able to double tap it and then move it around, but I can't. And I don't know why. All right, I'm just going to show y'all the whole screen for now. And like I said, we'll play with the settings. I'll zoom in when we need to. Yeah, because that's not even... You would think it's this guy on the side, but it's not. All right, whatever. All right, I'm going to start with the color. We're going to play with the color a little bit. I got to play the video, though, to the specific part where I feel like I see a car back there. Is it on loop? It must be looping. Take the loop off. And then I'll pause it right there, and then we'll play with the colors there. See if we can go a little further. Bound. I want to see the best part where it shows the most to me. I guess it's all about the same. And then this is that part where he looks, it's like he's looking right at that car, or I think the car is, if there's actually a car. But we'll take this one because he's bent down. He's not in the way of it in any way. And we'll color this. I wonder if we're able to turn up the settings right here as far as like the definition, or sharpen it. But there's plenty of settings on Adobe, so I'm not even worried about it. I just got to really like read all of these things. All right, we're going to bring up the exposure a bit. So that way it's nice and bright and you can see what I'm seeing. I'm going to actually just zoom in and bring the screen down. Let me transform some of these settings back to normal. That'll work. And then I should be able to zoom in for y'all so y'all can see what I'm seeing here. Exactly what I'm seeing. Bye, y'all. All right, let me see here. Yeah, see, right there is even better for me. And I'm gonna put an arrow where we're focused at to make it a little easier on y'all. So y'all know exactly where I want y'all to be looking at for that car. That I think appears to be a car. And it actually looks way more clearer on my actual screen, so it sucks for you guys, but right in this area is where the focus is going to be though, guys, where I think that there's a car. So don't take your eyes off that area. You can feel free to let me know if you start to see anything, or if it's better, if it needs to be more clear somehow, let me know. But let's play with these settings. And also you can, like I said, I can see chat, so just feel free to let me know. Got the chat up. That's almost, I mean, I don't see how people don't see a car. Some people were saying truck, but I'm starting to see a car more now that I'm messing with these settings. It looks much more clear on my screen than it does you guys. Let me bring the screen a little closer to me. Also, both of my monitors are both different, so it might look a lot better on one monitor than the other, which makes it more difficult for me to make sure you guys see what I see. Very clear over there, Menzizi. Not too shabby. Oh, he's talking to Brett. Okay, wrong chat. All right, cool. Thanks for letting me know. Some people don't realize Matt means pal, friend, etc. Little chat conversation. All right, anyway. Got creative. What is that? A faded film. We don't want that. Nope. We don't like that. Hold on. Oh, so we can sharpen it here. Okay. Not that that's making a difference. Yeah, it makes it a little bit more clear. Nice. Maybe we sharpen it too much. Bring the vibrance up a bit, maybe. No. No different. I don't want to sharpen it too much, though, because it might mess up. Nah, I think sharpen is actually much more clear. Yeah, I think we should keep it sharpened, maybe. It looks way more clear. Because original is what? Yeah, that's original, and this is the sharpened version. Yeah, it makes it much more clear, so we'll keep it sharpened. I don't want to do too fully sharpened, though. that looks like people 2 or more. You think you see a person there? It almost does look like there might just be a person standing there. Possibly where my arrow is at, but I don't think so. I do see a car though, guys. I see the window right here. Right where my mouse is at. I'm actually where the mouse is at. It's covering the window. So I move it. But there's no doubt in my mind that that's a vehicle. Let's see if we can change this a little bit more. No, that was terrible. We don't want that. Huh. This turns up the blur. We don't want that. But it's not really changing anything at all, so. This is supposed to be the color. A set color, but that's not changing anything either. So we're gonna put it all back to normal. Leave that alone. And we'll keep on going down the line here. There's a lot of settings to mess with though, so we're gonna just keep playing with settings and see what happens. You never know. We might just... I want to figure out if anybody knows how to invert it. Let's invert it just to see what the invert version looks like. I don't know how to invert yet, but I'm sure I'll figure out where the multiplier is at. I think it would be called multiply. And once I find that, then obviously we could invert it. Now my arrow's off now because I zoomed in, but keep an eye on that particular area. Right there on the tip of the arrow is where I believe I see a car. Looks like people walking. No, it's not people walking. By the way, guys, just to flip the arrow around and remind you guys, because we talked about it today, that is the sign. That right there is the sign that we were talking about today. And remember, I was telling you guys that, remember, Nancy's lights, her porch light was off. Not only was her porch light off, there were no other lights that were on that we know of. And I don't think that there's any lights, as we know, that surround Nancy's home, except for the floodlights. But I don't recall Nancy having any floodlights in front of the home. I think all of the floodlights were in the back, but I could be wrong. But from what I recall, the floodlights were in the back. And I don't know that they turned on when the suspect came up to the house, but I don't think, don't quote me on it, but I don't think she had any floodlights within the area of where the perp is actually at. So if there was a floodlight, that would be why that you see that arrow on that sign. That would be why that there's light reflecting off that sign. Remember, signs reflect light, and there's no reason why that sign should be lighting up, unless perhaps that where my arrow is pointing now, that's a car, and he's sitting there with his brake light on, or his foot light on the brake, or his foot on the brake pedal, and that's why that sign it's got light reflecting off it. And that was what, to me, would make my theory of there actually being a car a little bit stronger and possibly factual. But we still don't know. That's why we're trying to mess around with the settings here, just to see if we can make something of what we see. What is the light source that makes his bag reflective? I don't know. I can't necessarily say that the bag reflected when the perp was walking up. Did it actually reflect? It is. Yeah, it did. Okay. Good question. Good question. And it just doesn't appear that her porch light is on. But does night vision make things reflect? So that could also take my theory out and it no longer be a theory if we see things that reflect with night vision on a camera. Is that why those lights, why it appears that the sign is lighting up? Glad you brought that to my attention. Now that makes my theory even more questionable. Like, wow, man, maybe I'm not on to something, and maybe that's why. That looks like to me a car parked in the driveway. I mean, if it's not, I mean, what else would it be? Because remember, when we were looking there was no, as I was showing you guys, there's where that car is at, where I think that car is at, which is where my arrow is at. There's nothing there. It's just all driveway. But to the left and the right of that, where the arrow is at, there are trees. But literally where my arrow is at, there's no trees there, so it cannot be trees. It's literally all dirt. It's all the gravel of her driveway. But that would be something to look up. So I think we should definitely look that up to see if night vision, camera night vision, is camera night vision, or does it? How can we put that in words? Does it reflect off a reflector? Or reflective object? Because we know it uses infrared. And it's a light to see in the dark, which can reflect off objects. So that is probably why that sign is reflecting, which is crazy because, I mean, obviously it would go that far. But it's a white, it causes bright glare, whiteout images, or ghosting effects. This IR bounce back occurs when IR light hits nearby reflective or shiny surfaces like glass, metal, or white walls, and returns to the sensor, causing it to overexpose and mask the rest of the scene. Interesting. So that is probably why that jacket is reflecting, and possibly also the sign. But that doesn't mean that what I think appears in the background is not a car, although I don't think these guys would be dumb enough to sit in the driveway and have their foot on the brake light. But I just assumed earlier that, you know, that was why that light was reflecting off of the sign there, but it seems like that's the camera doing that work. So I'm going to get it back to where he was at when he was kind of been down going for the strub, and we'll keep chipping away here to see if we can bring more life to whatever we're seeing. Well, what I think I'm seeing, which appears to be a car to me. I think it's more clear right here to me. But also when he bends down, it's the best picture too. Yeah, we'll leave it right there again. Let me see if I can zoom back in for you guys. Can Sepia, whatever that is, put up a face of the perp and a face of Savannah? I think you asked me to do that a second ago, didn't you? Yeah, we could do that. But which picture exactly though? Adrian, big welcomes by the way. Good to see you in the chat. Put a face up of the perp and a face of Savannah. We'd have to find the right picture though for those two, because I don't know which picture of Savannah you want to see, because she has so many different pictures and her face has changed from the time that we saw Savannah before up until her mother got taken. I mean, she looks, I'm not gonna lie, guys, and I'm not trying to be mean, but she looks awful. Let's see if they have a picture of them both. No, they don't. Hey, happy Mother's Day, by the way, Jalen. Thanks a lot. I'm doing all right, Adrian. Thanks. Hope you doing okay as well. Hope all is well. Would they sit in the car with their lights on? That would be pretty dumb. But there's a possibility that they could have sat in the car with the Adrian. We're just getting ready to look at the video that you had sent me. Well, talk about that point in the video that you had pointed out. I was just trying to mess with the settings here, where I think there might be a car here before I got to that one again. We gotta try to mess with some settings here tonight and see what we could get, see what we could come up with. Sepia tone pronounced as sepia. I thought it was sepia, or I don't know, sepia. I guess it's sepia. I don't know. I'm bad. Terrible. I'm a terrible reader. It said it makes Min said it makes the picture a brownsy tone and old fashioned. Yeah, I get what you're saying. There's a couple of different colors that do that, and I think that's like saturation, kind of, or whatever that's called. I think that's what it's called. Let me put my arrow back where I want you guys' focus at on this video. I want to, well, not just a video, but mainly it's really a picture at this point, because it's not really moving. I guess I could loop it if you guys would like. It might make it easier to make out what we're looking at too, just because it's better to capture these certain moments in these videos that we think we see things in real time. I could probably do that. As far as tone, I could actually show you what I'm looking at. As far as tone, no, I guess I better not do that. 4 a.m. for you guys, it's 2:59 a.m. for me, so 3 o'clock, just about. I may be able to loop it. Let me loop it. It might make it a little bit better for us. Maybe it's a bad idea, considering I'm probably not even going to be able to find a loop, as bad as I am at using this Although I just had it on a second ago. We'll loop it. Hold on. Let me find the part I wanna loop though. Hold on. Yeah, I think where he kind of bends down here is where we'll just loop it here and let it just kind of keep playing from here. But it won't, for whatever reason, it's not letting me move the loop over. Hold on. We'll make sure it'll keep looping though. I don't want it to loop to where he gets in front of the car though. That's the part where it makes it tougher to see. But I think this particular moment here is where it kind of comes in more clear and then it goes right out. So we'll loop it from here and just let it run like that for now. We'll get there though. And I'll put up a picture here of Savannah and the Perp since you guys want to see that real quick. Somebody keeps asking. I think it's Joan that keeps telling me to do that, but like I said, I don't know what picture is going to be good for Savannah versus like seeing the actual Perp. We'll do that real quick. It shouldn't take me long. So we'll first add an image real quick with Savannah. Email is, and if you want to, feel free, if you have a image where you can just put them both together and do it for me while I'm doing this, then just send it and that'll be easier. Email's in the description. It's my last name, first name, 22@gmail. And here's what I'll do is actually we'll just throw it in the chat real quick. And I think that'll make it a lot easier for those of you guys that want to email me. But just kind of bug me in the chat and let me know if you send me an email so I could check it. But there's my email there. Up the Chelsea Big Welcomes, by the way. Yeah, it'll probably be much easier on my phone to play with the settings. I'm much better on the phone than I am on the computer. Although I've never done anything like this in particular, so I don't know if this is going to even be helpful to us as far as us bringing more life to the image. But if I really knew how to use Adobe, it would just be so much easier, because there's just certain things on this particular app that we're using that could really change the game. I mean, this app does a whole lot more than what I'm trying to do, or than I know, because I don't know how to use it that much. But there's so many different effects, and we're going to play with them. I think I might have messed it up. All right, so here's a picture real quick of Savannah, though, real quick. Like I said, just email me, because this is not going to be up long, because I'm playing with the video right now. And I'll try to find a better picture of the Perp. I've got a couple pictures, several pictures of the Perp on here. Somebody keeps asking me to compare it. I think somebody was saying that before I ended the stream earlier. So let's do it. I don't know why you want me to do this, because I don't think it's, a lot of us don't think it's Savannah. One second, I'm trying to find a picture of the Perp, folks. This is probably not a good one, but we'll put that up just for a sec. Savannah's the perp? I doubt it. I don't think so. I don't know why we're putting a picture of the perp though. I'm just trying to figure out what he's getting at. Maybe I'm missing something, so I guess why not look? There's really not any good pictures of the perp though like that, but that's like the closest one. But there's one where he has the strub, and I don't think I have that one on deck. Savannah is not involved. She was in NY. Yeah, I'm fully aware of that myself. Did you check possible spam? Email the lady sent to you on Perp. Nah, let me take this down though. I'll check. All right, one moment. Let me look at that email real quick. Because I'm interested to see what somebody's sending me here. It should have popped up right away. It usually doesn't go to spam when I get an email from you guys, but I'll check the spam because I don't see anything at all. You're right. It went to the spam. How? Even Adrian's went to the spam on the 7th. What the? So, I appreciate that, by the way, Adrian. She sent me there's a link that you... Is this a link? I think it was posted by Cash Patel, and it says additional recovered images from the same camera at Nancy Guthrie's front door. The morning of disappearance, including 2 videos of the individual. Okay, I thought it was a link that we could send them if we find anything else in the video that may have not been discovered from the FBI, but it was just a link she was sending me there. Just checking. Yeah, that's all that was. All right, let me see. I'm going to spam, going back to spam. Campbell. Trying to see what you sent me here. It's not popping up. Did you send me a video? I'll try to download it.
Is an area that we're talking a mile to a mile and a half.
Was this
today? We're talking a mile to a mile and a half away.
No, this was on May 9th. Okay, no, wrong thing. Says this was earlier. We could go check that area. Somebody's asking me to check a specific area. I'm sure it wouldn't be hard to figure out. I don't know where that's at for sure. But if you send me an email, I didn't get it. It's not in here, especially not in the spam. I mean, I'm looking through everything. And I'm not seeing what you sent. Is it Chels? Okay, I think I see it now. All right, let me download the picture. Hold on. 101 says, I've listened to the Sleuth interview 3 times now. It blew my mind every time. Highly recommend listening. Are you're talking about the interview we just listened to? Or that phone call, really? Yeah, Savannah was actually in New York during the time. Remember, she flew out here once she heard about her mom. I think she flew out pretty much next day. I don't know why your picture that you sent me, Chels, is not it's not coming up. It just won't let me download it for whatever reason. I don't know why it's not letting me click on your attachment. Let me see. Okay, I think it's letting me play it now. Sean John, big welcome. He says, on another stream last night, someone was saying Nanos look like the Perp. I never really thought about it, but there's similarity built. His head facial features don't seem like they match. Yeah, no, I just posted that not too long ago, and it is very similar. I'm not going to lie. Even the arm, the way the hand comes out on the right hand, left hand, if you're facing Nanos, it definitely does look very, very similar. It almost looks identical. I'm not gonna lie. The video's not very clear. I'm not too sure what Chels is sending me. I think you were just trying to send me with an edited version. It's not gonna come out if that's what you were doing, just to help me out. I don't know if this is it's not inverted. I'll play it though. I'll let you see what I'm seeing. It's just not as clear from the phone to the computer. It might just be even different than what you see on your actual phone. All right, here, I'll play her version. I think she sent me a video. Ignore the arrow, though. I guess I can take the arrow off. So we're watching this because I feel like I see a car in the background, guys, and I'm just trying to see if the version that Chels has sent me is a better version, or it helps you guys see a little bit more clear to what we think might be in the background. Not that Chels agrees, but I don't think this is. It's actually the quality is actually a lot worse. I'm gonna be honest. It doesn't really look as it's probably what it looks like on your phone. So not gonna work. Sorry, it's not gonna work. Somebody mentioned Nanos. Like I said, we showed it earlier with Nanos looking like he could possibly be the Perp. And that's how close it looks. I mean, we could probably just do a much more clear picture than the one that they found with Nanos. And this is actually the person that approached Nanos just a couple days ago. I think this might have been yesterday. I don't know exactly what day it was, but Nanos did mention the fact that we might be closer, or we are. He asked him if we were closer to cracking this case, and Nanos said yes. And I don't think any of us, and that's even more crazy, the fact that no one really bought into the fact that Nanos said yes when he did ask him that. But the body and everything, like, dang near looks identical. Like, that could just be Nanos. I tried not, you know, this is one of those pictures, like, where I was like, you know what, maybe I shouldn't look at this too long, because if I look at this picture any longer, I'm probably going to start to feel like this is actually Sheriff Nanos. But I do think that somehow, some way, we're going to learn later on that Nanos has something to do with it. He's tied to this in some type of way. I don't know why. I've always had that feeling ever since, you know, Nanos started doing what he was doing. I think the first moment that I thought that was the time when Nanos decided to decline on the Cajun Navy offering the help. And that's what really, really rose my suspicion. I was like, you know what? This guy might just have something to do with it. And I think no one's really talking about that. They're more interested in Nanos' history and just simply just questioning why he's doing what he's doing. But no one's really brought to mind that Nanos could really, like, have a part in this, or maybe even been the guy that did this. Who knows? But I don't think that it's Sheriff Nanos at all in that video, as far as him being the perp. But that really could change a lot of people's minds based on what they think. So for whoever did share that, thanks for sharing that, because I mean, that's something to think about. It kind of gets your mind going. But at this point, just like Girl on Fire is saying, I think you could pretty much say that at this point, everyone that has been matched up is possibly a perp, or the perp, because everyone just looks just like the perp. Just thinking about, like, all that we've been through, you know, I always like to share the photo where I've got a whole bunch of people up there in regards to the case, where, or not even a whole bunch of people, just it shares some of the moments that you know, we discovered in time with this whole entire case, and all a majority of the suspects that you know, at one point in time in this investigation we thought could have possibly been the perp or somehow tied to the crime. But I would have to update it. I have it here, but it just doesn't. It needs to be updated, and there's a couple pictures that are the same because I've been making arrangements here on the computer, which messed with this actual thing I have up here. But it kind of just shows you a few of the guys that you know were possible suspects. So I like to share that picture. But again, I need to redo it and edit it again because there's some changes I made that just messed the whole thing up. But yeah, what a crazy case so far. What a disturbing case. From almost anyone that's involved in this case, it's been frustrating. Except for Savannah, I'd say that's probably the only person that hasn't really been questionable for me. But anyone else that's been involved in this entire case has been highly questionable to me. I trust no one in this case at this point. That's how crazy this case is. We don't even hardly trust anyone or believe anything that anyone really says. It's such a tough, crazy case. And it's one of those things where it's really super, super easy to just overthink everything. But anyway, let's get back to this video real quick. Well, this moment in the video. And just kind of continue messing with a little bit of settings here. Adrian says, is it just me who can't get this case out of my mind? And I just missed it because another chat just rolled up on me out of nowhere. But she says, is it just me or I can't get this case out of my mind? It's insane. This case is seriously going to be a Netflix documentary. Indeed. I couldn't agree more. I mean, this case it's been crazy. It's been crazy. This is one of the craziest cases so far already. And we have to say it like this, but it's been a long time. But I mean, considering cases that, have been like this one, which I don't think there's very many that come close to this one. I would say that 99 days is not a long time, considering how long it's taken for other cases to get cracked, because some cases, we have to be aware that they've taken years. But I just would have to say that this is probably, if not the craziest case of all time so far, just because of the way it's gone from beginning all the way up to now. And it seems like we're going to hit, I could just call it now. I feel like, let's just say it now. It's day 99. One more day till we reach 100 days since Nancy's gone missing. I think it's going to go probably 100 more days, if not longer. So, see y'all on day 200. That's just how it seems. As of right now, it's just going to go on forever and we're never going to crack this thing. But who knows, Who freaking knows at this point? Can someone draw the outline of the car? LOL. Can we draw on the screen? That would be crazy. I mean, I'm pretty sure we can, but I don't know how. Hold on, because I'm messing everything up here. I wish I could. I was going to try to put it back in the middle. So hold on, chat. Okay. I guess I can't keep it in the middle. I got to go to these other settings, though. Why is it doing that? Do we need a little music, chat? Should we get a little music here? Nah, we don't need no music. See, the setting I had up, that might be better. For you guys at least. No, it's not. The setting that I just recently had up is like gone. And I was messing with the colors and whatnot. And now it's not there no more. Oh yeah, this is gonna get on my very last nerves. And I don't know why I can't move it back to the middle once it's on this specific screen. These are visuals, markers. No, we don't want that. Hold on. And then it just disappeared and went away. Just great. I probably should zoom out for you guys there. Nah, we'll leave it there. Let me go back to that moment. And we'll get my arrow back up because I don't want you guys to miss where I'm talking about that we need to stay focused on here. Just real quick. Juice, don't worry. Remember you said you can take your anger out on the perp. I definitely would based on what he did. Man, who wouldn't though? Who wouldn't? made me get into it. Now I can't. Says you made me get into it. Now I can't unsee the card trying on PC. Yeah, and whatever you come up with, let me know. Let me know if you come up with something. We're gonna try to get somewhere here tonight, even if it takes all night. Which I'm sure it's not, because we're not gonna be on that long. We're gonna play with all of these settings here. Literally, not all of them, but we're gonna definitely go through some of these settings and see what changes. That's not good. That's too dark. So we'll go back to the regular version here. I wonder if they, I gotta find the inverted. I'm sure eventually we're gonna stumble across the inverted, because I want to see what, I think inverted might just help us. But there's so many other settings to go through here. User says, I see a black spot, but then I see a white behind the black cones out of shadow. Black cones? I see no black cones. What black cones are you talking about? Messing with some other settings here. Those aren't doing anything at all. Man, I'm getting kind of frustrated at this point. Joking, I'm joking. Even the colors aren't doing anything. Nothing, folks. I had off on the video. I even tried showing JLR this tonight. Wait a minute, what? I might see a black car below the tip of the arrow. That's where we're focused at. Is literally on the arrow here. At the tip of the arrow is where the focus is at. Yeah, I'm messing with a whole lot of settings so far in just one area of the settings. So we're gonna switch it up here and go somewhere else and see what these other settings do here. We'll go back to color just real quick. We'll mess with the keys. Nothing there. Still nothing. That's disappointing. There's got to be some other better settings in here, though. All right, we'll try the effects. And we'll see if that changes anything. Yeah, I don't see anything in here, though. It looks like the same thing. So this conspiracy, no one is listening to me though. Can you remove the arrow 1 minute? Yeah, we could remove remove the arrow. Hey, good night, 101 if you're going to bed. Much love. Thanks for tuning in tonight, by the way, 101. I know it's pretty early for a lot of you guys. It's 3:30 in the morning for me, so I know it's super, super late or early for y'all. And we won't stick around too much longer, guys. We might have to work on the other one tomorrow. But we'll see what we can do on this one tonight. I'm gonna try something else real quick, folks. So bear with me. I can't see it anymore now, though. That's the problem. So it's letting me mess with the highlights and stuff, but it's not. The problem is I can't see the actual photo while I'm messing with the highlights here. So I need to figure out a way to get that screen back up so you guys can see exactly what I'm seeing here. Maybe some of you guys know how to do that. Somebody, if you can find that video or the picture of the lady that had it enhanced in the background, yeah, show me. Feel free. I want to see it. That would be awesome. I can't pull up the picture so you guys can see. Well, I mean, it's here, but I'm trying to play with these settings at the same time. And, why is it on that? There it goes. I can't play with some of these settings at the same time and see the video, and I don't know why it's doing that to me. And then there's supposed to be a comparison view. They just kicked me out of nowhere, so now we got to go back in. Sheesh. All right, it just kicked me out, folks. Sorry. And it asked me if I wanted to reopen the project, and I did, and it's for whatever reason it didn't reopen it. What's going on? All right, there we go. Yeah, see, I might have to do a little bit of extra work, like by myself, because I really don't know how to use Adobe, and Adobe just is very difficult to navigate everything. And I'm trying to like mess with certain settings, but I'm not really getting very far with some of these settings because it's not it's I can't see with certain settings. I can't really see the screen to make changes. And you guys follow and see that at the same time. It's very difficult. And even now, how is my screen all of a sudden cut off? I don't. It's not making any sense to me. Hey, much love, B. I appreciate that, by the way. I try. Much love. I know I'm not doing much tonight, but I appreciate you motivating me to continue doing what I'm doing. I really appreciate that. Good morning from the East Coast, Robert, man. Big welcomes, Robert. Guys, we're just trying to see if we can bring life to what we think we're seeing in the background. If you're just tuning in, welcome. I'm just trying to see if we can bring some more light in that background where I think that it appears that there's a big possibility that it could be a car. But again, we could be wrong, and there may not be a car. What is this thing doing? Okay, pull this back up again. Oh my goodness. Yeah, take care, Adrian. Thanks for plugging in here tonight. Man, what if Nancy had a key under her door? That would be crazy. Hey, good morning, Michelle. Is people really just wake? Are you guys really just really waking up? You guys wake up this early on a Sunday? Just how do you see the Amazon link? What is linked? I gotta add some more stuff, guys. It's a lot of the stuff's on there right now. It's very expensive. So I gotta add some other things. There is gift cards on there that are available, but as far as adding anything else, I gotta take the time to do that. By the way, the Amazon list is in the description. It's also on my actual page. The link might be too long for me to post here in chat. I've always had a hard time posting the link in chat because it's such a long link. So let me know if you have trouble finding it. I have kids, yes, early. Dang, even with kids though. I mean, I have kids too, but I'm always up late. And on the weekends, sometimes they go to stay the night at other friends or at their friend's house. So I guess we get to catch breaks too. All right, chat. I'm gonna move this because I'm tired of you guys looking at this screen. Give me a second. I just don't think you guys are seeing what I'm seeing. You can't see what I'm seeing because I can't get the screen to move over. So we might just quit here because this ain't working for me. Like I said, Adobe's really hard to use. We might have to put this in a different editor and use that because this is really difficult to use. I don't know why they make this. It's really annoying, actually. I don't know why they make it so difficult. It's really more simple than it looks. Trust me. All right, I think I just pulled it back up, so we'll try it again. Take two. And it's like the whole entire picture is completely cut off, and I don't know how or why. Wishlist link is expired. Need a new link. Oh no. How so? All right, I'll adjust that right now. My apology. I didn't know that. That's crazy. Messing with settings. Big welcomes those of y'all tuning in, by the way. I'm going to grab a quick drink and I'll update that link too as I'm at it. Hold on. Ooh, 1140 in is it Ireland? Wow. 1140. Insane. I'm leaving chat. Everyone watch 111 Crimes. She shows. Much love, Joan. Take care. Anyways, guys, I think there's appears to be a car in the background. I was just trying to bring it to life more. I don't think I'm gonna be able to do it though on this particular platform that I'm using. I was hoping that I could, but unfortunately, I don't know how to use this particular app very good. So it's gonna need some work before I'm able to really like make things better setting wise. I was trying, but there's just nothing I can really do to get the settings where I want it. I'm gonna try to play with a couple more things just real quick, and then if I can't do it, then forget it. I really wanted to. They might kick me out. Yep. I really wanted to try to invert it, but I just don't know what setting that would be in Adobe, and I guess we could just Google it and look it up, but what's the point of doing all that on stream? I could do that off, and I don't want to be looking up stuff, trying to figure out stuff right here on stream. It's probably going to be a waste of everybody's time, but like I said, I'll play with a few more settings and see if I can do anything with it from here for about 5 more minutes, and then if not, just forget it. Maybe I should just look that up real quick to see how I'm able to invert the videos, to see if it makes it more clear based on what I think we may see in the background. So yeah, I'll Google it real quick or YouTube it and see if that changes anything. If it doesn't, we'll just move forward here. We'll see if it explains anything. I'm probably gonna mute it though. I just need to see where that specific setting is at. Yeah, and I don't think they even have it. Isn't that crazy? Maybe we'll try it. X-ray. We'll do X-ray, see if that comes up. Come on, man. Oh, here we go, here we go. See if it shows me.
How to create X-ray strobe effect in...
Okay, I think I might see it. Let's see if I can just type it in. Invert. See if it comes up. Invert. We want to invert this video. Or picture, whatever you want to call it. Sent another picture to me. And by the way, if you want to mess with the settings on here to help me out to bring more of the video to life, as far as like whatever we see, make it more like as far as sharpening it or bringing the definition of the video up, or picture, whatever you want to call it, send me an email. Like I said, I'll check out the email and see what you've came up with, and I'll do that right now. Literally. Let me just find my email box. Somebody, Cat Mom sent me a picture of or was it this a link? That's not an actual picture, really? could be a Chevy truck. That's her thought. That it could be what it could be. Whoever sent me that, thanks though. It's got to be the actual picture. Hey, that doesn't look too bad. Who was it that sent me this? Chels. That one doesn't look. That one looks better than the first one. I'm looking at these photos real quick, chat, before I post these here. Somebody did a screen recording of something. I think it might have been Michelle. I think somebody put the mask on Nanos. Thanks for that picture, by the way, Michelle. That's interesting, though. I'll let you guys see what they sent me, actually. So I think it was Michelle that was showing me this here. That's interesting. I remember the perp has extra layer of clothes, but the perp definitely seems like he's taller, and then he also seems like he has a slightly different stance, but they look almost identical. Nanos kind of has duck feet a little bit, but the perp seems a little bit like he also may be younger than Nanos as well. I think the perp is. Kuno, thanks for the happy Mother's Day. I'll make sure I let my girlfriend know. She said Happy Mother's Day. Now, Happy Mother's Day if you have a mother out there, though. I know somebody either is doing something for their girlfriend or wife or mother or both. Or somebody that was a great mother figure to you. It's going to be a special day for those who aren't mothers and they're actually mother figures to someone. Happy Mother's Day. No one could be wiser if that car or truck was Pima County. That would be crazy. I don't know why it came to mind too at one point in time that it could have been a sheriff police car, but I doubt it. No one would assume anything if that was the case, though, right? They would think nothing of what was going on in that home if we passed by and seen a cop car out in the front. We would just all assume that someone was over there that maybe lived there as an officer, or they were just stopping by because they had a call there. That's what anybody would suspect passing by Nancy's if they saw a police car there. They definitely wouldn't suspect a kidnapping. Hey, thanks for this, by the way, Michelle. I mean, this is it's interesting, but I still don't think that would be Nanos. But you never know. If you sent me any other photo, Chels, I don't know. Let's see if Chels sent me what's Chels sent you. Oh, I think Chels did send me a video here. Let's see if this is more clear. Hey, Rhonda, good morning, by the way. We got to start taking some phone calls, guys, so you guys can get on, so we can get on StreamYard here, and you guys can kind of share your screen, and things might be easier on all of us. East TN says, Porch guy is very close by in that neighborhood somewhere. At least he was in this. At least he was when this was done. Someone in that place knows who he is. Neighborhoods are not acting like neighbors. Should. Yeah, I mean, there has been some questionable people, that's for sure. And there have been a lot of, not a lot, but there's been some dishonest neighbors. I can't really say that the neighbor that I just recently spoke to, this is a really good video. I can't say the neighbor that I recently spoke to was telling the truth, based on him telling me that he received a letter that they needed to go get their belongings that were left at the memorial site because it causes pack rats. Although I don't think there's been a letter that's gone around. I asked another one of the neighbors. They said that they haven't checked their mail. She tried to lie. She wasn't honest at all. It just didn't make sense at all. And I should probably play that. It was really weird, to be honest. It was really weird. Nina, big welcome. It's good to see you in the chat. Man, I can't believe you guys are awake right now. That's sepia tone? Ah. Or sepia. Michelle says, I feel like Pima County Department could have placed that truck in the position that, if questioned, they could have explained. That would explain why this case has been butched by the sheriff. But the crazy part about it is that all, if not, well, most, if not all, of the Pima County vehicles, most police vehicles here, all of them actually have cameras. So they would have to explain why that camera was off if that were actually a police car that we think we see in the background there. That would change things a lot. 100% a car, though, guys. I mean, thanks for this video, because now it even looks more clear than when I had it on. I think this is much more better than the little bit of work that I tried to do as far as us bringing it to life, leading up to everyone else being able to just really see what I'm seeing. Because I'm telling you guys right now, that's a car in the background. Not that that's why the sign is lighting up, because I was thinking maybe this person's like has their brake lights on, but nah, because we would see that reflecting off the bushes and whatnot. Brake lights are pretty bright nowadays, and they're still bright even on older vehicles. If perhaps this person really was just sitting there waiting in drive, sitting on the brake with his lights off. I don't think that theory would check out for me based on the theory that I had earlier. But I think that there's no doubt in my mind that I believe that's still a vehicle, though. And all this person did was change the settings. It still looks the same to me as what my picture looks like, but just way more clear. This is important because if we can find a vehicle and we can figure out what type of vehicle this is, which is probably going to be dang near impossible due to how hard it is just to bring it out so people can see what we're seeing. This is important because if we can find a vehicle, then obviously we'll have something to look for. Not only that, like somebody was saying, I can't remember who it was, but she was saying that there's this isn't going to be the only place that there is a crime scene, because Nancy was taken somewhere, so wherever she was taken would become a crime scene. If not the car, wherever she was taken would be that. So very, very interesting this to really learn almost 100 days later that I see a vehicle in the back on this surveillance video. I tell you, the more you watch it, the more it reveals. But like I said, we don't know how to really bring this to life so everyone starts to see what we're seeing, other than doing what we're doing now. And I wonder if the FBI has been looking at that part of the video, wondering if that's a car, or they just really know it's not, and it's just the way the camera is. It tends to make things appear, which doesn't really sound true to me, but it don't sound logical. I'm sorry. But they might need to look at this, to see if they're able to do more work on this to bring that out more, because if they can, then they'll be able to figure out what type of car that is, if it's a car. We haven't really fully confirmed that, but we can if maybe somehow with the settings we can make something of this here. But it has to be this particular video. It can't be AI. It has to be in this actual video somehow, some way. I agree that they wouldn't put out all of their evidence, but what would hurt the case if they told us that they that there's a vehicle there and they're having a hard time figuring out what it is? That would really taunt the case. We put it out there that there's a perp here. Or they put it out there. Up the Chelsea says, I think I might have missed your message. If I can make it better during the day, I will. You're good. Don't even worry about it. I appreciate you trying to help. I thought some videos said that this ain't even the full video version. It's possible. Nina says, I think she's still in the lake. Dang. Angel Sutton says, do you guys think that we would hear from Savannah today? My heart aches for her spending Mother's Day without her mother. Yeah, I said this earlier. It's going to be a sad day for the Guthrie family. I feel bad, especially for Savannah. Whether Junkie 82 says, a lot of us have been saying it's a car since the beginning. The first time I brought it up, people were telling me that my eyes are playing tricks on me, and I'm just like pretty much seeing things. I can't call it. East TN says, my mom is 83. If she was missing, I'd turn half my property into a campground for JLR, Juice, Alex, Jim, any decent live streamer or YouTuber that wanted to help for real. We'd be begging for searchers. Man, much love. I appreciate that, East. Man, shout out to your mom too. What a blessing that she's still around at 83. I'm going to go back to the original photo that I had up. Well, original video that we were messing around with, trying to play with the settings here. The fact that the sheriff isn't wanting help just screams involved. Yeah, I couldn't agree more, for sure. No doubt in my mind. Cali Girl says it's heartbreaking for all the kids, Savannah, Annie, and Tommy and grandkids, wives and husbands, praying for all of them. Yeah, it's super sad. It's a sad thing. This will be the first time I'm sure they spent some Mother's Day without Nancy. Ever. And I'm sure they didn't imagine spending it like this. Nancy, I'm sorry, Nanos' behavior toward that streamer that walked up on him just the other day, it was definitely odd. He kind of caught him off guard. Pretty crazy. Nancy said 2 days ago they are looking for a gray vehicle. Why gray if we don't even know the color? Wondering if Nancy's house will be active today on Mother's Day. I would be there to feel close to her. We'll be there. We'll be there. We'll find out. I doubt it, though. Yo, Eclipse, big welcomes, by the way. Good to see you in the chat. Good morning, Juice. Hey, good morning. Jones says, I can't believe Nancy's still missing. I think it's bigger than we know. I think law enforcement involved knew Nanos would fail. And all this other stuff that's come out about him, somebody wanted him out. It's possible. I look past nothing. Big welcomes, Rachel, by the way. I don't think I said hello to you in the chat. If I did, hello again, but I don't think I did. Aaron says, what neighbors may not be telling the truth? The lady from the other day that stopped. No, I was talking about the guy that came and grabbed the sign here. I could play it here on stream if you'd like. I went in while I was recording. The gentleman I spoke to said that they were the reason why the sign was being removed because they received a letter. Not only that, I spoke to a neighbor right after that, and the neighbor claimed that they may have received something. They lied. They just lied. It wasn't truthful. Here, we'll play this one, and I'll see if I can find the other one.
It was a $4,000. I think it was $4,000
wow,
that was owed on the home, and they paid half of the owner. You can split up, I believe, taxes in two. And I believe they did, but they didn't pay the other one. Getting rid of it?
Yeah, we put it up a long time ago.
I think you guys started this whole thing with that sign.
That's all that matters.
From what I remember.
Were you here then or what?
No, I just heard, but I was here day two. But I think that was one of the first signs that I saw, and I think that one came after the Let Nancy Come Home. Man. Well, thank you guys. Thank you guys for that.
We got a note, like a newsletter saying
There's me or there's no sound.
show your support in other ways now with like a donation.
The first signs that I saw, and I think that one came after the Let Nancy Come Home.
Because I guess this attracts the pack rats and all kinds of other stuff. So
well, thank you guys.
Was
that from HOA or?
Yeah, the Catwood Hills district.
Newsletter. Oh wow! I know they're probably. I'm getting word they're probably going to take it down soon.
With like a donation.
The first signs that I saw, and I think that one came after the Let Nancy Come Home.
Yeah, it is. Man, attracts the pack rats. And
I don't want to hold you guys. Thanks for stopping by. Thank you guys. Was that from HOA or?
Yeah.
So sad. Wow. And there's our sign, guys. One of the signs we like. I'm getting word that's probably going to take it down soon. So for those that I saw, and I think that one came after.
Yeah, we were zooming.
Yeah, it is. Man, I don't want to hold you guys. Thanks for stopping by. Was that from HOA or? So sad. Wow. And there's our sign, guys. One of the signs we like. I'm getting word that's probably going to take it down. The taxes owed on the house. I guess there was a $4,000. $4,000. Yeah, it is. Man, that was you guys. Thanks for stopping by. Was that from HOA or Arizona? You can split up. So sad. Wow. And there's our sign, guys. One of the signs we like. I'm getting word that's probably going to take it down. The taxes owed on the house. I guess there was a $4,000.
Woo, sorry guys. All right, I had 20 things playing. No, I didn't, but I had the stream up and I couldn't hit because I couldn't hear the sound. I was trying to check. All right, here we go.
The taxes owed on the house. I guess there was owed on the home. This is in two. I believe they did, but they didn't pay the other one. Getting rid of it.
Yeah, we put it up a long time ago.
I think you guys started this whole thing with that sign, from what I remember.
You remember that? Were you here then or what?
No, I just heard, but I was here day two. But I think that was one of the first signs that I saw, and I think that one came after the let Nancy come home. Man. Well, thank you guys. Thank you guys for that.
We got a note, like a newsletter saying to show your support in other ways now with like a donation to some charity or something that she wants. Because I guess this attracts the pack rats and all kinds of other stuff. So.
Was that from HOA or?
Yeah, from the Catfoot Hills district. Yeah.
Oh wow! And I know they're probably. I'm getting word they're probably going to take it down soon. From what I heard.
It sounds like it from that newsletter.
Yeah. Wow.
Bad. Sad.
Yeah, it is.
Newsletter. What is he talking about, by the way, chat? I really didn't understand that. And then the pack rat part. First of all, there were that was an issue in the beginning. With the flowers being real, and then that's why they told everybody to get fake flowers and bring fake flowers, not bring real flowers, because of the pack rats in the area, or it bringing pack rats. So I didn't really understand what he was talking about, nor did I know whether or not he was truly being honest. And I'm not saying that he lied, but I'm just saying it just seemed like it was a lie. Somebody's not telling the truth, because I asked the other neighbor, and what she initially said just didn't go with what she said after that. It just didn't add up, when somebody's just not telling the truth. And I could see it in her face. I just didn't. I don't know. I just could see it. You could just tell. And it was just an awkward conversation at that point, because I realized the lady that I spoke to after speaking to him, which was the following day, had something totally different to say. And she just seemed like she wasn't aware of a letter at all at first. And then after, a couple questions were exchanged, she then said, "Oh, well, I don't know if we got anything in the mail yet. Our mail's pretty backed up right now." And I get it. Some people here are snowbirds. They're not here often, so their mail could pile up. But that's not what she said initially. It was almost like she made it up to avoid the question. And I think while we were talking, she was wondering if she should even answer any questions at all. It's one of those moments where you could tell somebody's thinking about whether or not they really want to talk to you or not. And I think she was just trying to think everything through at the moment in time, and didn't realize whatever she was saying amounted to no sense.
I don't want to hold you guys. Thanks for stopping by. Wow. Oh, and I know they're. Man. Well, thank you guys. Thank you guys for that.
We got a note, like a newsletter saying to show your support in other ways now with like a donation to some charity or something that she wants. Because I guess this attracts the pack rats and all kinds of other stuff. So.
Was that from HOA or?
Yeah, from the Catfoot Hills district. Yeah.
Oh wow! I know they're probably. I'm getting word they're probably going to take it down.
Maybe the rats are missing Nancy too. Yeah. Anyway, let me see if I can. I'm gonna pull this up real quick. I think this was. Let me just go to the channel real quick, guys. I think this might have been, what day was this? It's not on the videos, it's under live. There's another one though where I had asked the neighbor if they had got anything, and I'll see if I can find it real quick. If I can't find it, it's okay.
Yeah, so it's going to say, what's a good name to represent the Juice members? What's a good name that represents?
I think this had to be the day. Really cool neighbors too. They were awesome. I just don't think they were being honest. I'm most certain it was this day. And I remember because I was across the street at the time that I had spoke to them, so I know exactly where I was at the time. I just don't know if it was this specific video. Let's go to the next one real quick, because I don't think it was this one. I think it was the following one. The following live, not video live. It had to have been that one, though.
The car in cool air.
Anyways, I'll find it later. But it had to have been this one. This, the recent one. I don't think this was the following. Oh, this one might be it here. No, I don't think so.
End of where the tail is at, there's like a little blood mark there.
That's a cool neighbor. So I like this neighbor, by the way. He's really cool. I think he got
ran.
Not this video, though. It's got to be the prior one that we spoke to that neighbor about. The memorial site. Or it was that
stream is not horizontal.
Or it was that very same day. We'll just check real quick. Otherwise, we'll just find it another day. It's take too long to go through all these this footage here. Oh, I think it was this one here, actually.
From far away from here, I guess he could be getting a nice walk and some sandals exercise, and he's obviously not running, so yeah, and I could take a long walk.
Are these the neighbors right here? I think these are the neighbors
right
here.
Yeah.
So listen to this, guys.
But anywho, how y'all doing? You know, if you guys received a letter for the memorial site at all, no. The neighbor came by and took his sign, and he said that there were.
So initially, remember, I just asked her if they got any letter, because remember the last neighbor told us that he had got a letter or some type of newsletter. The first thing she said was no.
He got a news. No. You guys, if you guys received a letter for the memorial site at all, no. The neighbor came by and took his sign, and he said that there were. He got a newsletter saying that the
family.
Yeah, telling him to support in another way. I can't remember word for word what he said. He said the letter said to support in another way, and then that there's some type of charity going on for Nancy.
We did our association letter, so it must be there. I just didn't read it.
Oh, okay. So they're probably gonna get rid of it soon, I'm guessing. Then
get rid of what?
The more I'm guessing, because they asked them to move the sign, so I'm only assuming that they're probably gonna take it down, which they should. I mean, it can't last forever.
Yeah.
But
so do you YouTube or something?
Yeah. My name is on YouTube. My name is Troy.
Juice.
But I'm always I come about three or four times a week or so to kind of just give some story time, public awareness. Just want to send a message. We don't want this to fade away, guys. Thank you, guys. But anyway, good people, cool people. Glad they stopped and talked. I don't know what to think.
Maybe they just wanted to
Apparently
watch
he's
the channel. I don't know.
He's from far.
But anyway, initially I had asked this neighbor if they got any type of letter or anything like that. They said no, and then she said, well, maybe it is in there somewhere or whatever whatever she was referring to. But you would know whether or not you got a letter about the HOA due to everything that's been going on in this case. You want to know.
The more I'm guessing.
Maybe they're not interested in, and she really just didn't look. Maybe they're one of those neighbors that kind of, they want justice, but they kind of want the people to get out of the neighborhood, and they don't want it necessarily to fade away, but they definitely don't want us around. Maybe. I don't know. But they seem pretty cool. I can't say that. I just thought it was interesting that I asked them, and then initially they said no. And then she's like, you know what? I'm just,
I mean, it can't last forever.
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But checks out. But anywho, if you guys received a letter for the memorial site at all, the neighbor came by and took his sign, and he said that there were he got a newsletter saying that the
Family?
Yeah, telling him to support in another way. I can't remember word for word what he said. He said the letter said to support going on for Nancy.
Our association letter, so it must be there. I just didn't read it.
We got our association letter, so it must be there. I just didn't read it. I don't know, chat. I don't know. I could be wrong. But, or I could just be simply overthinking it. But that was interesting to me. I don't know whether or not those people really got a letter in that neighborhood. Something tells me that guy just said that to maybe hope it's going to start something. I have no idea. But from what I heard, the memorial site's not going anywhere anytime soon, and it just was weird. It was just weird. And then we've also heard that Nancy's not a part of the HOA as well, so I don't know, guys.
He's from far away from here.
But according to Lauren was the one who said that the HOA, they don't even have anything to do with it as far as the memorial site goes. So I don't know. Yes, overthinking this one. But she said that they didn't have a letter. They didn't get a letter. And then she said she wasn't sure that she had to check. And that other neighbor said he got a letter. But why would they get a letter if the HOA has nothing to do with it? To, go get all their belongings from the memorial site. And that it causes pack rats if initially they told us that they needed to bring just fake flowers because the real flowers are the one thing that causes pack rats. So then also, like, what would a sign have to do with pack rats if initially it was just real flowers? I don't know. And then we've never heard exactly Kuhneberger. You don't think we would have heard of some type of charity for Nancy by then? Or by now? I mean, I don't know what that guy was talking about. I'm gonna be honest. Nothing against the neighbors, but I don't think we've got any charity thing for Nancy that I've heard of. we've heard of like people doing fake things to get money, acting like there is some type of donation program out there for Nancy, but I'm not buying it. Sorry, I don't think he was being honest. Unless they know something that we don't know. Maybe the neighborhood is starting some type of charity for her. Or maybe he was saying that they should start some type of charity for Nancy instead. I have no idea. It did sound like that though, Beat. Beat says, I think those newsletters come as a load of info, all sorts of things. It could have been a few sentences about donate to charity rather than leaving flowers. Yeah, I could agree with that. I could agree. But donating money where? Sherry, happy Mother's Day, by the way. Yes, she says happy Mother's Day to all. My neighborhood has a Facebook for information, says Amanda. Do you think the video of the perp and still shot of the perp January 11th are two different perps? They appear to have different body figures. Talk, or you meant to say tall and skinny versus short and stocky. Yeah, somebody brought that to my attention the other day, and I would agree that the body looks a little bit different. Somebody brought up a point saying that in that still picture, it appears that the perp has a bigger belly. And I thought I had that picture, so I was going to show you guys what I was talking about. I brought this up the other day. But somebody brought it to my attention, and we actually spoke on the phone. And she was saying, I can't recall her name right off the bat, but she was saying that she was the one who pointed it out. But this picture isn't, excuse me, very good. But it does seem like in that still picture there that he appears to me to have more of a gut than the actual perp in that video. He just seems a little bit more skinnier than the guy that appears here, but it could have been the way the picture was taken. I'm not too sure. And then also the biggest thing is we've all pointed out the shoes being different as well. So it's possible. But that leads me to kind of talk about when we well, for Adrian, for instance, she brought it up that in that video, at the point in time that he's messing around with the strub, it appears that we see a leg walk by. So we'll fall off the card theory until next time, because I can't figure out anything else editing wise. So we'll move on here. But in that video, at the point in time where he's messing with the strub, it appears that there's a leg of some sort with the shoe. Obviously, somebody just walking by. It looks like somebody takes a step by, which I agree. So at that point, to me, after seeing that, it made me believe that there was more than one person involved for sure. I'm 100% certain I see a shoe and a leg walking by at the time that the perp is messing with the strub. No doubt in my mind at this point. Once I seen that, I was convinced that there was more than one person. Hey, much love, Men's Easy. Thanks for stopping by. Get some rest. Yes, indeed. I'm going to do the same pretty soon here as well. I'm pretty tired. I just wanted to try to finish up what we were going to talk about tonight or do. But it looks like I'm not going to get very far because of me not having the knowledge to really edit or the experience to really edit on Adobe Pro. Hey, anytime, Kuhneberger. I thank you for that. Farrell says it's hard to tell from the camera angles. It does look like two people, though, and it looks like two different nights. It definitely is two different nights. I think they confirmed that already. Let me see if I can shrink this footage a little bit more, because you guys are going to be able to see what I'm seeing here. Sandra says you were an instant follow when you got emotional about what a lady told you. Yeah. Hey, much love, Sandra. I appreciate you following. Yeah, and I know people think I have a lot of information, and I should probably go to the FBI because they think that I have a bunch of information that was told from the lady, but I don't. If I did, I would definitely do that. You know, that shoe that I think appears to be a shoe, let's brighten this up a little bit. And we'll go this color like the last time that this other person went with to see if it'll make it easier for you guys to see. And I'll try to bring it more to life, like so. It almost appears to me at a couple moments in times I see a leg passing by. I don't know if Adrian noticed this, but I see a foot right here as well. And I'm going to put my arrow up where I want you guys to focus. Hey, good night, Mins. Happy Mother's Day, by the way, as well to you and yours. So where the arrow's at is what we'll focus in on, where we think that appears to be someone walking by during the time that the perp is messing with the strub here. So keep an eye here. I'm going to stop it every time I feel like I see a leg. Well, I'll say it. Don't worry about it. Let's see if we can make this sharper too. So now, even right here, I still see something in the background like somebody's walking. Don't see it yet. Still don't see it yet. That might not be bright enough, though. There, I'm going to stop it right there, because this very moment is when we think we see a shoe and a leg walking by. Nah, the color does help you guys a lot. Maybe the weeds were meant to hide the person. Yeah, it's possible. I think that there's a big possibility that the weeds were used to block the camera for the time being, up until the point where they, were going to knock it off. And they could have not wanted to knock it off until they left, because they knew that it was going to make noise, because they didn't realize that they were able to just pull it off. But it does seem like there was a possibility that was covered up, just because they didn't want for whoever it may have been with this person in the video to be seen, or they just didn't want to be seen at all. But obviously this porch guy that we see didn't really care, but it seemed like if there was someone else there, he definitely wanted to make sure they weren't seen. That is so crazy to me. I'm trying to stop it at the moment where we see the foot there. How can you tell still image is not him when he has mask on backwards? I don't know. I truly think there's a possibility that it may not be the same person. I'm just not sure. But it does look like he had a bigger belly. They were saying that the still photo resembles Nanos, not door perp, two different perps. Interesting. Dee said that. I don't know. I'm just looking at this photo and I'm just trying to think of a way we can invert this somewhere. I'm not sure. I do see two shadows. Yeah, it's very difficult for you guys to see that on stream though. I don't think you guys can see that on stream, and it's like my arrow's in the way. No, you guys can't see that. How do you guys see the shadow? It's not the shadow. It's a leg. It's not even a shadow. I mean, it could appear to look like a shadow. But just looking on stream, it looks so awful. And it could be because it's zoomed in. Oh, it's because I'm not showing the right part of the screen. Here we go. All right. And then I'll put the arrow here. I'm like, why can't you guys see what I'm seeing here? So the goal is to just try to bring this picture to life, guys. That's the goal. We just want to define it a little bit more, to try to help the eyes that can't really see, and hopefully even be able to make it a fact. Like I said before, we want to make this the truth, because I mean, people don't believe it. And then if you look at the end where my arrow is at, you can see the shoe there. So watch it go and then come back as I go back and forth here. Right in where my arrow is at, okay? Here we go. And Adrian's the one who saw this, so shout out to her. I can't shout her out enough. Yeah, there's no doubt in my mind that that's somebody walking by. And even it changes directions. Oh, I just realized this. Look at where the shoe is going, guys. Oh my God. I hope you guys can see this. See, this is much better. So look at where the shoe is going. It even goes. It's almost like he's walking to the right. What did you use? All I did was turn up the settings, like the saturation. I changed the temperature and I changed that's it, just the temperature and the saturation. It's almost like I see the person go to the right. Or is it me, or it's almost like I can see the other foot. Interesting. Hey, Sky, big welcomes, by the way. Good to see some of you guys in the chat here. I haven't seen this morning. Is it out of place again? Can you guys not see what I'm seeing? Oh, no, you guys can. Okay, good. All right, I'm going to stop it right there where I see the shoe again and mess with a couple other things. I've seen some stuff in this video, and that's Sebastian Rogers' video, but no one listened to me then either. Interesting. I hope. Well, you'll get heard on this channel, but for sure. You just got to make it make sense, or you got to really make it. I don't know. Some people can be misleading by the information that they give. And sometimes the information that is given is misleading because sometimes it really doesn't make sense, or it doesn't add up for some of the stuff that we think we discovered. Up the Show says, how are you still finding things? How the hell have they not found the car in the video, and have they not said anything? I don't know. They haven't said anything at all. And from what I've heard, they don't have a vehicle still as of yet. So I don't know. I'm going to make it a little bit darker, guys, just to see if this helps a little bit. And then I'm going to mess with the contrast in a different way here to see if this helps. Not the color. But we're going to go dark and then light. And then you can tell me what you think here. There's no way that white that appears where the arrow is exactly at. I think I see something white, nothing moving, and a shadow on the wall. Remember, the perp is standing there holding Strub. He is not walking. And it's not a shadow. That's literally somebody's foot, exactly where my arrow is at. That's somebody's foot literally walking by as he's trying to cover up the camera. See, because here I see the foot start coming into play. See, right now where my arrow is at, I see the shoe. I see the shoe. Can you see the shoe? How does that look for you guys? You see the shoe here? My arrow's going around it, okay? And then you see the leg here. Are you finally seeing it, Michelle? This might be a better part of the video where you can really see the shoe even more. But now are we following? And I'll move the arrow over so you see where we're looking here. When I go back, the shoe appears down here, okay, which is the white thing that we're seeing there, down here. When we go forward, hold on, we'll go back. It's actually backwards, not forward. At this very point is where you see it a lot better, it seems like. But it disappears after time because it's obvious that somebody's walking around right there. I even see it here, but I don't want to distract you guys too much. And I'm just going back just to cover my tracks here, just to see if he does walk by at any other point in time. But listen, this all makes sense because think about it. Listen to check this out. So the strub is he's covering it up. It's not covered up yet. And I'm only assuming at this point in time, like when he gets it, starts to get it over the camera, that's when that person thinks, okay, he's got it covered so I can kind of walk up now, not realizing that he walked up just a little too soon. Like, whoop, let me get out the way, or let me get out of here, or whatever he's doing. Right as you see the shoe go by, that's when he finishes it pretty much and covers it all the way up. And then at that point, you know, you don't really see much. And then the video cuts out. So I'm going to stop at that one part because it seems like people see the shoe more in that area. So we'll stop on that particular part. Keep the arrow there. And we'll try to see what other settings we could play with here. But there's definitely something there, and it's definitely not strub. All right. Let's find the what we need to find is, here it is. I think this is it here. No, it's not. Yeah, it is. Oh, so it's I already have it all the way sharpened. So that's not gonna help. There's got to be a way to make this way much more clear. Damaged Juice, you're up late or up early. City, big welcome, City Chick. I'm up late. I'm up late, messing around here. trying to figure out what we could do to bring this dang video to light. That way we can bring it to everyone's attention in a better way. If we could get better quality out of this terrible footage. That might look pretty good right there. What was that on originally? Oh, it was already zeroed. Yeah, it makes it harder for you guys to see when that's on. No, we're not going to leave that on. All right, let's mess with a couple of these settings and see what this does. See if this helps at all. So many settings, guys. We'll go back and then we'll start over here. Redo, redo. We'll keep that color, but we gotta. Okay, we'll see what this does. Nope, don't like it. Not feeling it. Nothing. Nothing. Alright, we'll play with a few more settings and I will just leave it as. I think Nancy would have had known the person, and I think that's what also could have went wrong. Besides it being for money, let's just say it wasn't for money, and I think that's also something that could have went wrong. Nancy seeing the person that she knew, and there being no way that they could get away with it. Perhaps that the plan was for Nancy was to not see any of these people or take notice of them in any way. And who knows, for all we know, Nancy could have been awake when this all went down, and she was still able to identify the person, even the fact that they went in there with a mask on, you know. We all say if that was our brother or cousin or somebody we knew very well, that, if that were the case, that we'd be able to identify that person. So with that being said, I think there's a big possibility that Nancy could have made out who that person was with a mask on, if it was someone that Nancy knew. Yeah, that's pretty much all I can do with it, guys. There's really not much else that I have that I know how to use on here. Like I said, I got to get used to using this and learn more things about it that could be effective. I just wish I really knew how to invert it, and I just don't, unfortunately. You can see the leg too. Yeah, I can see the leg and I can clearly see the foot easily. But some people still don't see it. You have done well, mate. Not at all. Not at all. I'm a terrible editor. I don't know. I don't even know what I'm doing. I'm just messing with settings, trying to bring it more to life so y'all can really see what I'm talking about here. Thanks, though, Brett. Thanks, mate. Makes me feel a little bit better. I still don't think so, though. Thanks, mate. You might hear that in the background again. Sorry. Just making sure the stream was good. We appreciate you trying, says Brett. Hey, I appreciate you staying tuned in and checking it out. I'm not very good at this. It hasn't been very fun either, due to the no results that I've gotten. Oh, that might be okay. Let's check this out. Let's see what this looks like. Look at that. Let's see if y'all see what I'm seeing on stream, though. I want to see how well y'all see it. There could be another perp, and then the guy that we see on January 11th could be that guy. And you know, remember the shoes are different. They look different, at least. You almost sound Aussie Juice? Nah. That'd be cool though. You just messing with me. If I almost sound Aussie, that means I'm a good actor then. Man, this is tough. You have a wonderful job. I can actually see it. Wow, so a lot of people actually started to say they could really actually see the leg. Hey, Adrian, shout out Adrian. She's the one who brought this up. I'm just trying to mess with the settings to make it more visible. That's all I'm doing. No, it's going to crash. Brett says it definitely looks like they're going in the right direction. That's what it looks like to me as well. I can see the whole body. No, you can't see the whole body. That would be crazy. Because you can only see him from the side. You can't, or, you know, from the leg end up. But you can't see the whole body. All right, guys. I think I'm over this at this point. I don't think too much more is going to change from here. Sandra says, but you can see the leg though. Yeah, for sure. For sure. That might look too bad. Where is Miss Nancy? Good question, Kuhneberger. Where is Nancy Guthrie? We don't know. Purple says, Juice, last night on Sleuth, someone called in and shared a lot of good info. That woman that talked to you the other night, was her name Amanda? No, it was not. But we did listen to the Sleuth Intuition interview with the lady you spoke to. We talked about that at the beginning of the stream. I think we've been live for about 3 hours now. Pearl says, never mind, I guess that white light is doorknob or something. What? Anyways, guys, I don't know. Sandra says, come on, tell us. Says, get yourself some sleep, sweetie. Yeah, it's about that time. I'm just trying to do all that I can setting-wise, but we're not. Just can't change anything else. Nope. Alright, guys. Nothing's really helping. And like I said, I don't really use Adobe very well. So there's really nothing else that I can do here that I know of that would really change anything. Since I'm not an Adobe Pro. You got this, Juice. I see the foot and leg. It looks conflicted to me. Yeah. It's just so bothering because I really wish I knew how to use Adobe in a way that I would like to. And it says essentials, editing, nope, color. Sorry, I got quiet there for a moment looking at this screen here. My apologies, guys. Definitely, I think the inside was staged. I think she was definitely bleeding. And speaking of the inside, I think she was bleeding before she got to that door, no doubt in my mind. As far as what was staged or if it was staged, I'm not sure. I think there are certain things that make it staged, if not the whole thing was staged. And if Nanos had anything to do with it, no doubt in my mind that it was staged for sure. Kuna says the crime was very well planned. I think so too. But I think the only person, I keep saying this, look, I mean, look, they've described this kidnapper getting very, very lucky. Personally, I think that someone in the sheriff's department would be more likely to get away with this rather than it being some random person getting lucky. I think it's one or the other. I don't know. I lost my thought messing with settings here. Anyways, chat, that's about all I can do. We'll try something else later on. I'll play with stuff off stream and let you know if I come up with anything. That's pretty much all I can do as far as settings, as far as what I know, because I don't really know much about... and then it keeps crashing, which isn't good. I don't know if you guys see that, but it keeps crashing on me. But it doesn't never really work well when I'm using Adobe Pro and I'm streaming through OBS. They're just really big systems that it seems like they don't really like each other, if that makes sense. But it just keeps crashing on me, so we'll stop there. Been long enough anyways trying to figure that out. We tried folks. But I'll go over some videos. I'll Google it. I'll also watch some videos. That's what I mean when I mean go over videos, just to see if I can learn any new tricks as far as like inverting the video or making it some type of x-ray video to bring things more life, or make them, you know, whatever we see reality, without using AI. Because with AI, it's just not trustworthy, and that wouldn't be something that I would give to somebody that makes whatever we're seeing a fact. We want to make it real without using a program that doesn't necessarily make everything real, if that makes sense. But anyways, guys, I am going to probably jump off here, I think. It's about that time. I'll see you guys at Nancy's later on this evening. I will try to get there as early as I can. We know we got to get a little rest here, but I am going to get up early, so I'm probably not going to get much rest tonight. I think we should just go over there right now. Chat, should we just go over to Nancy's right now? It's probably a lot of people over there already. No, I'm joking. I can't say there's going to be a lot of people today. We know it's Mother's Day. It's day 99 now that Nancy's gone missing. Because of Mother's Day, it might get active over there. I think I've got a little interview too before I start streaming with Righteous Monkey. He's been wanting to interview me. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Righteous Monkey, but I don't know if we'll be doing that during my live. But he did want to meet me there tomorrow, and from there, I think after that interview, we'll go ahead and hit that live button, because I don't know if we'll be doing the interview while I'm live, but which would probably not be a good idea if he plans on posting it, or whatever he's doing. I don't know if he's going to go live and we do an interview, or he's just going to do an interview and then post it later. I don't know how that's going to play out, but it should be an exciting day tomorrow based on the holiday. Much love, guys. I appreciate those of you guys plugging in with me tonight. Big salutes to those of you guys coming in and just chatting with me and being patient with me. I don't know what I'm doing when it comes to Adobe Pro. I don't know how these people do these comparisons and then make other scenes move while one's still. I don't know, man. I can only do that on OBS, and with certain things as far as editing, I could do on my phone. But for whatever reason with Adobe Pro, it just doesn't work out in my favor. But hopefully moving forward, we're able to help the FBI somehow, some way, and figure out what type of car that is. Because if we can figure out what type of car that is, then that might be us leading up to finding the perp, because then we really know what to look for. And that would probably be one of the biggest breaks and tips we've gotten in this entire case, besides that surveillance video. So, in due time, I guess, in due time, we will figure it out. Inspired says, Juice, you have to focus you have to focus in the back, not the front of the video. What do you mean? I'll try to make it to Nancy's guys around 1 or 2, but I was thinking more about 3, 4, or 5, but I think the earlier the better, depending on what it looks like out there. I will pass by in the morning as soon as I get up. I mean, I guess I could go pass by Nancy's right now, but it's 5 in the morning. There's no one's going to be at Nancy's this early. But right now it is 5, so I guess you never know. But I guess it wouldn't hurt. If it was like more like 7 or 8 in the morning, I'd say let's go by Nancy's. But considering it's not, I think we should probably just wait until it gets a little closer to that time. But it really wouldn't hurt to go by there right now, though. But it's early. Hold on. Trying to find a photo for y'all real quick, but I can't even find the photo. Gosh. Yeah, I must be tired or something. Thomas says download other photo editing software. Yeah, that's what I'll do. Thanks for that, by the way. I will definitely do that. Somebody told me to make an Amazon link way earlier, and I forgot to do that because somebody said I needed a new one. God dang it, man. See, I got so caught up in this video. Let me do that before I get off, because I'm probably not going to remember tomorrow, because it's going to be a busy day tomorrow, I think. Let me make sure we do that real quick. Just trying to make sure you guys can't see what I see. Hopefully we're logged into Amazon so we don't have to do this. I don't know how the link would have not been working though, chat. Somebody said the link is no longer working and it needs to be renewed. So I'm taking it I'm going to have to renew the link like every day or every other day, I guess. I mean, we don't go live almost. We do a live almost every day, but not quite. But again, I got to update the list. There's not that much stuff on here besides gift cards, and the other stuff, like I said, it's quite expensive. So we definitely got to put things that are more affordable on here. And I did shout out Camper Lady. I think it was Camper Lady. I put it on X for the gifts that she got me. Shout out to her, by the way. Somebody was asking, and I forgot to throw it in there. And I'm pretty sure they're asleep by now. But it's okay, because we'll catch them tomorrow. That or more. But let me make sure that's updated in this video so I don't have to do this later. And it's sad to know that the links are expiring. It's kind of frustrating. I don't even see it in this video. How's my link not there? How did they even find the link? What? That's weird. Should we go to Nancy's right now, guys? Chat, if y'all in the building, let me know, man. Should we go? We can go to Nancy's right now. I don't care. I don't know. I don't even know if this is right. Someone, if you're here in the chat, try that link I just posted with the Amazon wishlist, just to click on it. It's in the description under more info on this specific video here on this live, and let me know if that link is working. If test it out for me, and let me know if it's working or not. I'll try, but it's not gonna work for me because it's my actual, it's my thingamabobber. So it's different for me than you. And I don't have a device that's not logged in to check, so. Sleep, but I'm old. Get some sleep, man. I know, I'm joking. We're not going to Nancy's right now. I just wanted to see what you guys would say. Lay flowers. Let's go if you're up to it. Too tired, Rachel says, and not too tired. I mean, I'm really tired, but I would really, if y'all really wanted me to go, I would go. But there's no need for us to go to Nancy's at 5 in the morning. It probably feels really good out there. It's really not there. It's there. I put it in there. Should be there. Good, smart thinking, Feral Cat Mom. Yeah, get some rest first. Yeah, smart thinking. Also, before I go, I like to gather my thoughts and stuff. I don't like to just go out to Nancy's and not know what I'm going to talk about, or just simply just start talking, even though there's not much to talk about anyways. But yeah, it's definitely a good idea to get some rest before going, especially being that we're going to do a little interview with Righteous Monkey. It definitely would be. Guys, is that not in there? Boston says, of course we're gonna go, but we want you to get some rest, man. I appreciate that. You need flowers though, Juice, if you do go. Indeed. We'll do. It is Mother's Day. I mean, thanks for, you know what? That's a really good idea. We'll definitely bring some flowers. True that, D. Smith. Good thinking. She says, wait a while because more people will come that you can chat with. Yeah, I was just saying not go to Nancy's right now and hang out. I was just saying to go to Nancy's and just like drive by. I've also been wanting to try this little feature that I have here that is on the app that I'm currently using to see if it worked. And that would be for me staying live without restarting the live, and you seeing everything I'm doing from my phone from when I leave the house to Nancy's and back. But I don't know if that would work. Well, I haven't. I think I figured it out, but not 100%. But there's a way to embed something, somehow, some way. Anywho, I'm just trying to make sure this link is updated before we get off. So I don't know if anybody's tested it. That's what I'm waiting for. And then we'll call it a night. Happy Mother's Day, Olive Sheep. Thanks for plugging in, by the way. Thomas says there's no list. Go while it's still cool outside. Yeah, Sally, that's smart to me. But no, it'll be hot, and unfortunately, And somebody mentioned I should get a hot towel because we're going to be at Nancy's this summer, I'm pretty sure. And a lot of other places here in Arizona, too. Probably live covering the Nancy Guthrie case, I'm sure. So, I mean, it would definitely be a good idea to maybe add one of those towels that keep you cool. As somebody was mentioning, so I'll throw that on the Amazon list too later on. I'm trying to figure out if this link is working. Somebody keeps saying that it's nothing there, but what? How? I don't know how it wouldn't be there. I have one more list here that I'm going to add it to, and that's on the page. And I'm just trying to find that real quick, and then I'm going to get off. But if somebody doesn't, if they're saying the link's still not working, I guess we'll just maybe have to fix it tomorrow at some point. I just wanted to do that now because I know I have a busy day ahead of me tomorrow and some things I got to do. I might not even go to sleep, Chad. I'm going to be honest with y'all. It's already 5 in the morning. And I got a couple things I got to go get at the store, so it might not be in my best interest to go to sleep because I don't want to go to sleep and then wake up at 12 in the afternoon or 1, because then it's going to be really late and then I'm going to be frustrated because I missed a lot of what I needed to do this morning. This is bothering. I think the link under his main page, not this live stream page. It didn't work for me though. Wait, Midnight Moon, I didn't make that what you meant. I'm so confused. Sunstar, big welcomes, by the way. But he says JLR is saying Annie asked Nancy for money. She said no. Now she's gone. Now does he know? I truly think that Nancy was the backbone of Annie and Tommaso, and I think there could be a chance that Nancy was going to change her will, and they didn't want that to happen. I don't really find it necessary that Nancy would have needed to change her will because Savannah, for one, is well off. Cameron, we don't know how well he's doing necessarily financially. But I don't think that Cameron nor Savannah would have needed the income that comes from the loss of Nancy. Everyone needs the income because you can never have enough money. But I just don't think Savannah would have been someone who needed it, so you can count her out as far as the will thing goes, pertaining to just anybody getting anything financially from her death or getting anything that she has of a value like her home. I just think that the only two people that would possibly really need that would be Cameron or Annie, depending on how much Cameron made doing what he did, which usually you're not a millionaire from being in the Army or whatever you're in that's Army related or military or Air Force Base, anything in that category, whatever that is, to sum it up. But I just truly think Annie would be the one that would need that the most, and I don't think that it would. I just don't find it necessary. But there's some things I'm not taking into consideration right now, probably because I'm tired. But I don't know. Definitely, Savannah doesn't need it. So I don't know if that really would make sense for them to for Nancy to do. Not only that, I don't think that. She was going to do that, but I could be wrong. And it's unfortunate if they did that to their mother, you know, over money. Because to me personally, even if my mother's insurance policy was $1 billion, it wouldn't even be worth that either. it wouldn't even be worth that either. I'm sorry. There's no money in this world that I would take to kill my mother at all. And I get it. A lot of people do things like that in this world, and it's crazy to me. But I would never put a number on my mother based on what she was worth. Although we all want to be rich, we all want to be well off, we all want to never work again, but that's just not how you do it, unfortunately. Otherwise, people would be getting very expensive insurance policies and killing their family members just for that sacrifice financially. And I think some people also believe that in this case as well. I think people think that Nancy knew that this was going to happen to her, and the family knew that this was going to happen to her. All for the money, who knows? But for whatever reason, who knows? But that's something that people really believe. It's crazy. I've never had a case. You know what? I'll save that for another time. But I've never really had a case where it's just took me so many places. And this is my first case ever. But I just mean, like, just watching crime or any crime story that I've watched, I've never had this particular incident ever happen to me where I'm watching a crime case and it's taken me so many different places. Ever. Not like this. This is probably one of the most mind-blowing cases I've ever like pretty much watched. I mean, I can't even say watched because we're living it really much for the most part, but this one is probably going to be the greatest of all time for sure, as of right now, until otherwise. But anyways, guys, you guys have a good night. Hope you guys have a great rest of your morning. Get some breakfast, get some nice coffee. I don't think I'm going to make it to Nancy's until around 2 or 3, guys. I want to go a little bit earlier than that. We'll see. If I do, look out for me on X. I'll keep everybody updated on what time I'm going to go live. And I'll also try to schedule the stream going into later today. Amazon League worked for you, Olive Sheep. See what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. It has to be working. If you're looking at the one in the description, it has to work. If there's another one that needs to be updated, that's going to be the one on the actual channel. I'll update that one when I get off here in just a second. But anyways, guys, I will see y'all in the next one. And y'all have a good rest of y'all morning, man. I'm gonna go ahead and sign off here for the night, guys. Y'all have a good night.